Was he saying good things? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Wednesday, August 18th, 2004. Shh. Thank you. It's a big day today. We have a long agenda, including some presentations. So members, I'm going to ask for your focus today, as this will be the last meeting before adjourning into the August recess. Before anything, let me ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. Before beginning with the matters appearing on today's agenda, we do have a couple of special presentations set for today. Let me recognize council members Weiss and Gruel for our first presentation.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm sure you will agree with me that it is always a pleasure and a privilege for this body. Please join with me and Wendy Gruel in welcoming to the LA City Council the great Sharon Davis. Sharon is here with us because she is helping run and lead and provide the vision for a group called SheVotes.org. The goal of SheVotes.org, this is a nonpartisan organization, a nonpartisan group, is to register women to vote, to get women, and especially young women, more involved in the political process, more involved in their neighborhoods, more involved in their community, and most importantly, more involved at the polls. It is a wonderful organization. They are going to, in a few moments, we may or may not have a special presentation as part of this presentation in a few moments, but they're doing really, really good work. It's important for all of you to know about it, and to talk a little bit more about it is Councilmember Wendy Gruel.
Thank you, Councilmember Weiss. August 26th is the anniversary of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which gave women the right to vote. It still seems unbelievable to me that there had to be an amendment to allow us to be able to vote in elections. The importance of this organization that we're going to talk about today, and the importance of getting not only young women to register to vote, but to actually vote. Some of the statistics that have been going around as we talk about the presidential campaign, you know, in a nonpartisan way, a lot of single women are not voting in elections and not realizing that what we have, this right to vote, that so many people worked hard, marched on Washington, really said this is important, that they're not exercising their vote, because it really is twofold. It is registering to vote, and it's going to the polls and voting. And so I'm pleased to be able today to support Councilmember Weiss and all of the special women behind me that you will be able to introduce, and we'll talk about this organization and what they're doing in our Commission on the Status of Women. But I'm pleased to stand here today and commemorate the August 26th as Women's Right to Vote, as well as to support this organization and Sharon Davis and what she's trying to do to get women to register and to get out to a vote. So I hope all of you will encourage individuals you meet in your districts to go out there and register to vote. Particularly, do we know what's the deadline for the November election? October 10th. So between now and October 10th, we have a job to do to make sure that everyone registers to vote, and particularly some of those young women. So thank you, Mr. Weiss. And I'd like to introduce Sharon Davis, who is the founder of SheVotes.org.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Jack. Thank you so much. And I want to thank the City Council for allowing us to take a moment on a very busy day with a very full schedule to talk about voter registration. Of course, you have a big election coming up in March, but this fall, probably one of the most important elections of our lifetime. And in a nonpartisan effort, we want to make sure that everybody registers to vote. And if you're here in the chambers today or you're watching this show, then you know about the issues and you've been paying attention. And you probably have registered to vote, but I bet you know someone in your life who has not registered to vote, who has not taken the time to register to vote, and probably thinks it's a difficult process. Fortunately, in California, it's very easy. And we've tried to make it easier by allowing you to sign on to a website at shevotes.org so that you can register to vote, to make sure your voice is heard, make sure everybody you know has registered to vote so that their voice is heard, and make sure that everybody has an opportunity to ensure that the issues that are important to them are going to be represented by those that you elect. I'm very pleased to be working with the Commission on the Status of Women here in Los Angeles, extraordinary group of women who work hard, all their members volunteer their time to make sure that women's issues stay in the forefront. So it's my pleasure to welcome Paula Petrada, and she has with her a couple of board members, the president, Leslie Ortick, and also Bobby Jean Anderson to be with us to support our efforts. Thank you.
We actually had one of our young women at risk who is looking for parking and may not make this ceremony to actually register. As you know, the Young Women at Risk program, which this council supports, is about empowering young women. And one of the things we encourage them to do is when they graduate and become 18, that they in fact do vote. As the council has said today, it's a privilege for us in this country, and for women in particular, to have the opportunity to have a place and have a voice in what happens in government. I just want to say that 97 million women were eligible to vote, but only 59 million women cast their vote in the 2000 presidential election. That election was determined by 537 votes. So I think if women, you're watching this today, your voice, your vote counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you for this great reminder and presentation, Councilmembers Weiss and Gruhl. We also have two special presentations today that are going to be done by our Council President, Councilmember Padilla. Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Weiss. Tom, can you join me for a presentation? Excuse me, Councilmember Labange. I know the doctor said to take it easy on that hamstring, but I don't think you'd want to miss this one. Colleagues, I have two very special presentations this morning. For the first, I've asked Councilmember Labange to come up because as we saw a very special presentation yesterday recognizing 25 years of service by Councilmember Greg Smith to the City of Los Angeles. Today, Tom, we celebrate your 30 years with the City of Los Angeles.
That's pretty good. 30 years.
Did we surprise you?
You did surprise me.
All right.
30 years. Well, thank you.
As Councilmember Smith mentioned, gone are the days when members of the council can serve with this body for 30 years or more.
You did surprise me. I got my wonderful Mary Catherine, who I just thought about after that presentation, and Big Charles.
And your favorite,
That's right.
vanilla ice cream.
Oh, for everybody.
But you have to share.
I always.
So, Tom, you've been doing tremendous work for the city, for the 4th Council District under years and years of service and leadership by John Ferraro. You've worked for Mayor Reardon. You've worked for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, bringing the power and the water from around the Southwest to the great people of the city of Los Angeles. And now you serve as one of our colleagues here on the City Council. We love you. We love working with you. And please accept these cubic zirconias in recognition of your 3 decades of service.
Wow, that's
And counting.
Well, you got me, Alex.
Tom.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you.
Tom, I just want to add my voice as well. You've become a great friend over the last few years. I remember the first time I met you, like probably most Angelinos, at least 50% of the people who meet you for the first time, it's on that walk in Griffith Park, and we went and you tossed a football around. And though I know you pulled your hamstring, on most good days, Tom Labange is there. I've always thought that if we had a head of state here in the city of Los Angeles, it should be Tom Labange. All the ceremonial duties, all the history, all of the love, it just emanates from you. And 30 years of speeches, Tom. Let's hear 30 years more. But congratulations and thanks for all that you've given the city of Los Angeles. If I think of one person who is Los Angeles, Tom Labange is Los Angeles.
Eric, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Alex.
Councilmember Gruhl.
Sorry. I just wanted to add my 2 cents. Tom and I have known each other for more than 20 years. You've been an inspiration, and you are the biggest cheerleader in the city of Los Angeles, and we've been lucky to have you for 30 years. You and I talk about how we pinch ourselves every day to say, how lucky are we to have this job and to represent our constituents, but it's from your heart, and you rub off on each of us every single day your love for the city. So congratulations, and your wonderful family who
Thank you.
supports you throughout all that 30 years.
Oh, Wendy, thank you very much, and thank you.
Well, Mr. Smith, we're not done. Hard, yes. Councilmember Smith.
Well, I'm glad to pass the mantle, which I had for one whole day, to Mr. Labange, but nobody loves the city more than you do, and is a great cheerleader for this city. And you and I have been through a lot of little fights, a lot of big fights, and it's been a pleasure working with you. And I just say, when I hit 30 years, when I grow up to be Tom Labange, I hope I don't have to run around on crutches.
Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I just want to rise and say congratulations to a great man, not only head of the state, but if we had the ambassador for the city of Los Angeles, it would be Tom Labange. And no one comes close to your love for the city. No one comes close to your knowledge of the history of this city. Every street, every bridge, who designed the bridge, when it was dedicated, and when it needs to be refurbished. Nobody knows that better than you do. And it has been such a pleasure to come to know your great, beautiful, wonderful, smart wife, Bridget, and your 2 wonderful children, Mary Kate and Charles. I'll tell you, one of my favorite stories is when we went to Berlin an official city sister visit, and we were being entertained by the government there and by the mayor of Berlin, and we were taken on a tour of City Hall in Berlin, and we were taken to a back room up the stairs around the corner, to be shown photographs taken by Tom LaBonge hanging in the Berlin City Hall. Everywhere, Tom LaBonge has friends all over this world. And again, the greatest compliment that I think you ever got was from my own dear sweet mother, who said no one reminded her more of Kenny Hahn than Tom LaBonge. Congratulations.
Councilmember Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Tom, I know we're going to have a lot of speeches, and that ice cream is going to melt, which is okay because then we'll have a milkshake. Congratulations on the dedicated service. I know your family very well. Wonderful people. Wonderful for this city to have a person like you that's devoted so many years of your life for the people of Los Angeles, starting at Marshall High and generating through the historian of the city of Los Angeles, all the wonderful things you do. You're a personal friend, your family, wonderful people. You do so much for your district and so much for the people. You are always there, and I always treasure our friendship because it means a lot to me. Congratulations for 30 years, and don't forget, 30 more for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Madam President. Tom, it's been a nice week. First, we had that great occasion with Greg earlier in the week, and Greg's wife was here for that. And although that was planned, you guys went up there together. Tom, you put the city first, but even more importantly, you've always put family first. And I'm hoping that someone on the LaBonge side over there with the cameras, or someone had the cameras rolling, that look on your face when your family entered the chamber just a few minutes ago, it was absolutely priceless. It was great to see, and you're still beaming, and you well deserve it. Congratulations, Tom.
Councilmember Ludlow.
Yeah, I'd concur with that. This is the first time I've seen you stumped. I mean, you actually were stunned there for a minute. Hats off to Bridget and to Kathy and to a great chief of staff and to Alex Padilla. And all I can say is, Tom, the value of sitting next to you has just been amazing. And the moments that I take with me are when you're eulogizing people. It is an amazing moment during our adjourning motions. And if I should leave here before you, I want you to eulogize me because you're that great. You're that great. I love you, and you've been a heck of a seatmate. Congratulations on 30 years. I don't know how you did that. Congratulations.
Councilmember Cardenas.
I'll be brief, Tom, because I want to make sure you have time to talk. I just wanted to say it's wonderful to see the pride that you take in this city. If we all had that level of pride and energy, we would be 10 times the city we are today, but you're going to make sure we get there somehow, some way. But I also want to point out that it just occurred to me, as we're celebrating your 30 years, you must be extremely proud of the fact that right next to you is one of the children in diapers when you joined this city, and he has now become a council member because of the hard work of people like you to nurture this city and make sure that we invest in our children, because Tom, you are certainly one of the individuals in this city who constantly focuses on our families, constantly focuses on the little ones, and it's good to see that Alex can take pride in the fact that you were part of his growth by making sure this city is the wonderful city that it is. So, Alex, you're not in diapers anymore, but I'm just trying to remind people of your age and Tom's age. I'm just having a little fun, Alex. Anyway, congratulations, Tom. It's been wonderful serving with you. And once again, 30 more years of you working on this wonderful city. We have term limits in the council, but I'm sure we're going to be working together in many capacities. Congratulations.
And now, the inimitable graduate of Marshall High, Councilmember Tom LaBonge.
The man with enough energy to power the entire city of Los Angeles.
Alex, thank you very much. Members, thank you, and each and every one of your words. And Janice, I showed you yesterday my Social Security. It had a 1966 where I got my first Social Security. I worked at 1803 South Vermont for Alan Wright. And the first guy he talked about was Kenny Hahn and Hal Marlowe. Hal Marlowe, who was his deputy, and how they helped people. And it's all about helping people. I have great parents who are in heaven who love this city and taught me so much, and great brothers. I have a great wife for 25 years. And Bridget, we've been married only 18. We didn't do it legally first, so it took a little while. But I have great children, and Mary Catherine and Charles, who I love. No, but and I have a great staff. But I want to speak to the staff, really, of council members, like when we spoke of Greg yesterday. For those of you who are around here, you work hard and you help people. Someday you may get a shot to be like Alex Padilla or Janice Hahn or Eric Garcetti or Cindy Misikowski, all the way around. It's absolutely wonderful to work for the people of Los Angeles, to focus on what's good for Los Angeles. Working for John Ferraro was absolutely tremendous because John came from a big family, as I came from a big family, and the city's a big family. So learning how to roll with the punches, as they say, is so important, and to take, which I didn't do Saturday, the second pitch, not the first. Let one come over the plate, see what the desk settle, and then move forward. Always look at what's best. But I just have been blessed by a great family. I was absolutely surprised today, Alex. Thank you for this honor. It's an honor to work for the people of Los Angeles because there's absolutely no city like Los Angeles in the world, and I've been all over the world, and I'm so proud, and I'm glad I'm able to rub a little off. But thank each and every one of you for your kind words and to serve with you. But I say to the staffs of all council members, work hard for your districts and for the people. For those in citywide offices and departments, work hard, because one day you could work even harder as a council member to help more people in the great city of Angels. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lon.
Thank you, Mr. Labange, and I believe Mr. Padilla has one more presentation.
Thank you. I don't know how we can top that, not only because we love Tom, but because of what he means to us and what he had to say. Colleagues, as he, it is Tom Labange. He started out as a representative of a council member for so many years and went on to great things. My next presentation is someone that I have just as high hopes for. I don't know if I've been able to surprise her or not, but Carmen, will you please join me? Ladies and gentlemen, Carmen Padilla from my office. No relation, at least not that we know of, for the last couple of generations, but Carmen Padilla has been working in my office, and where are some of the other folks from the office? Are we being joined? Laura, Lorraine, anybody else? Is your mom here?
Yeah.
Want to call her forward? Colleagues, I'm just proud because Carmen Padilla has been working in my office for a few years now. She joined the office as someone who was a constituent as well when I used to represent Sun Valley. Now she's a constituent of Council District 6, but came to my office to join a movement out in the Northeast Valley. As Tom said, the community coming together, elected officials and staff coming together to help people. And she's been able to translate her passion for serving people, her knowledge of the community, and certainly a great undergraduate education from UCLA into service in the 7th Council District office. She's done a whole heck of a lot of casework. She's helped in the office on a lot of projects, but has grown to take on challenges and opportunities to reach out to schools throughout the district. She's might as well be a field deputy in my office too, because she's out of the office just as much as she's in the office on special projects, reaching out to schools, working with teachers and principals, and especially at all the parent centers and schools in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. It's with mixed feelings that we have the celebration today because she's leaving the office, maybe just taking a hiatus from the office soon, but it's for a good reason. She's off to a master's program at UCLA. We were hoping to keep her on part-time, but she's just so good. She got a fellowship to cover all her costs for her postgraduate education, and so she's going to be at UCLA full-time. But I wanted to bring her before all of you and before the people of Los Angeles to give her this resolution, thanking her for her service to my district, for the entire city, and to wish her all the best in the next chapter of her life, and to let her know that, you know what, this isn't a goodbye, it's a see you later, and we wish you the best. Thank you.
I'm a big crybaby, so I hope I don't start crying right now, just because I'm so emotional, because it's been a great 3 years working for Mr. Padilla, and it feels like almost every day I had to say Carmen Padilla, no relation, when I would introduce myself to new people. But sometimes when people thought that we were related, it came to the advantage of our constituents, because the departments tend to do things faster when they think that you're related to the councilman. And I also want to share with you, council members, that I started out 10 years ago working in my community, volunteering for then council member Richard Alarcon. And it was through those experiences as a 14-year-old that I was able to feel what it means to help out the community and to work together with the city so that we can make good things happen. And fast forward 8 years, I graduated from UCLA, and Alex gave me the greatest opportunity of my life to continue working at the city and working in my community. And I hope it is a see you later, because this is where my heart is. So thank you.
Thank you.
To my mom.
Thank you to both Mr. Padilla and Ms. Padilla. Madam Clerk, let's go on with the roll.
First order of business is approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves, Ms. Gruhl seconds. The minutes are approved.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Ludlow moves, Mr. Labange seconds. The commendatory resolutions are approved.
On the regular agenda, Madam President, items noticed for public hearing, item 1, 2, and...
Let's go through public comment at this time. We
Okay.
do have some public comment cards submitted. Let me call the people to come forward from the South Central Farmers Group: Daniel Ayala, Margarita Salsado, Miguel Angel Perez, Isabel Diaz, Cupertino Eraso.
Muy buenos días, tengan todos ustedes. El grupo del Sur Central Farmers continuamos con nuestro trabajo y nuestra lucha de mantener esos jardines para bienestar de nuestras familias.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Margarito Salgado. We're here continuing with the struggle and the fight to continue to working and farming the garden that's in South Los Angeles. This is a garden that helps us support ourselves and our families in many ways.
Y también para beneficio de esta ciudad de Los Ángeles, porque nosotros hemos estado ahí por mucho tiempo y creemos y sostenemos que tenemos el derecho de continuar ahí.
We have been working there for a long time, and we believe and we know that we have the right to continue working that garden and being there.
Pero eso no se puede lograr si ustedes no nos ayudan, si ustedes no ponen lo que está de su parte, y todos los que estén envueltos en esto pongan y hagan lo que deben de hacer.
But this will not be accomplished if you do not do what you have to do, if you do not partake in helping us and do what you have to do.
Por el momento, y hasta que esto no se decida, nosotros vamos a seguir ahí, vamos a seguir trabajando, vamos a seguir pidiéndole a Dios y vamos a seguir orando, porque parece ser que eso es lo único que nos hace falta hacer, y lo vamos a hacer con muchas ganas.
And in the meantime, we will continue being there. We will continue praying and praying to God, because it seems that that's the only thing we have left is praying to God. Because we're going to continue being there. We're going to continue giving all that we have within our strength to continue asking in order to get what we've been asking for.
Para lo cual los invitamos que un domingo nos visiten y se den cuenta cuando nos reunimos y todos juntos estamos orando. Tenemos misas católicas y tenemos un servicio religioso cristiano para el que guste acompañarnos y oren con nosotros juntos.
And we're extending an invitation for you to join us on a Sunday. We have a religious celebration. We're Catholic or Christians, and we invite you to come and pray with us and join us.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los que pusieron atención a lo que estamos hablando, porque parece ser que a muchos ni les importa, ni les interesa y ni quieren saber nada. Pero eso sí, quieren que uno sea ordenado, trabajador y cumplido. Muchísimas gracias a los que me pusieron atención.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to those who were paying attention, because it seems that none of you guys, or very few of us, were paying attention, and very few of you were interested in what we had to say. But only to those that were paying attention, thank you. But on the other hand, you do want us to be hardworking and to be responsible, but it seems that you guys are not interested in what we have to say. But for you that were paying attention, thank you very much.
Sí,
Sí, mi nombre es, sorry. Mi nombre es Irma Gamboa, estamos representando el sur centro de Alameda. Por favor, queremos apoyo, que nos apoyen. Toda la familia estamos unidos, pero queremos atención de ustedes.
My name is Irma Gamboa. We're representing the Garden in South Los Angeles, and we were asking, the whole family is united, but we're asking you for your support.
Les estamos ayudando a nuestros hijos para mostrarles qué es lo que hacemos, qué es lo que cultivamos para todos. Esto es un mensaje para todos, que nos ayuden, por favor. Queremos atención, aparte de eso, queremos apoyo, que nos dejen en el lugar que estamos. No estamos quitando nada malo a tierra.
We're there farming. We're showing our children what it's like to farm, and we want to get your help. We need your support. We're not doing anything except we're working the land.
Buenos días, mi nombre es José Luis Santana. Yo soy un hijo de un campesino. José Luis. Mi nombre es José Luis Santana. Yo soy un hijo de un campesino. Yo quiero que nos dejen sembrar la tierra que está en South Central Farmers en el 41 y la Alameda.
Hi, my name is Jose Luis Santana. I'm a son of a farmer. I want to ask you to please allow us to continue farming on the garden that's located on 41st and Alameda.
Yo aprendo diferentes culturas, especialmente los de México. Tenemos cosecha, frutas y vegetales nutritivas. Y ahí aprendo, mi padre me enseña cómo plantar y cosechar la milpa.
We learn about farming. We farm vegetables. We farm fruit. And I learn also about a lot of different cultures. They teach me how to grow corn and also how to tend the other plants and vegetables.
Ahora repito otra vez, por favor, déjenos trabajar la tierra, South Central Farms, en la 41 y la Alameda. Gracias.
And I ask you once again to please allow us to continue farming at the garden that's located on 41st and Alameda, and I want to thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Miguel Angel Perez, Los Angeles Land Use Coalition. Again, I think it's important for everybody here in these chambers to understand and hear the words that were said by the people who feed people. Everybody here, again, must be reminded the respect of the land and the people who work the land. The young man that spoke before me is the future that feeds people here, the future of Los Angeles, the future of the world. Again, one more time, for the record, aquí estamos y no nos vamos, tierra libertad. Thank you.
This concludes general public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
On the regular agenda, Mr. President, there is a request to continue item number 20, and that would be to September 21st.
Okay, members, any objection to continuing item number 20? Seeing none, item 20 is continued. Next item.
On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearings, items 1, 2, and 3, council should open the hearing and continue the hearing and ordinances to September 8th.
Okay, members, items 1, 2, and 3 now before us. I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on these items. Public hearings are open, and without objection, continued to September 8th. Next item, please.
Item number 4 is a confirmation of building and safety assessment, and I believe there's a request from Council District 10 to continue that matter also to September the 8th.
Okay, members request to continue item number 4, also without objection. Ms. Misikowski. Okay, next item.
Item number 5 is a public hearing item, and the applicant consents to a continuance to September the 22nd.
Okay, item number 5 now before us, without objection, continued to September 22nd. Next item.
Items for which public hearings have been held, items 6 through 28. Items 6, 7, and 8 are commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Let's hold items 6, 7, and 8 temporarily on the desk. We will take commissioners up first after we have gone through and dispensed with consent items. That leaves, colleagues, items 9 through 28. These items have had public hearings. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearings. Are there any requests to call items special? Mr. Weiss.
I'd like to call 24, whether we call it special or whether we hold it on the desk so it can be called in conjunction with the special meeting that's coming later. Be that as it may, that's what I'd like to do.
24 call special by Mr. Weiss. Other specials? Mr. Smith.
Number 9, number 12, number 20.
Item 20 has been continued.
Oh, let's continue, okay. Item number 22, I'd like, well, we'll deal with that.
22 as well?
22. And on behalf of Mr. Parks, item 13 and 25.
And 25. All right. Any other specials? Mr. Garcetti.
18 requires a technical verbal amendment, so.
Okay, 18 call special, or do you want to read that amendment now?
Yeah, I can read it real quick. Item 18, the HCD report was approved last week. We need to, I'd like to request that the council amend item number 18 and remove the third recommendation from the HCD report, which adopts an accompanying resolution requiring the council as well as the CRA board to approve the report. So remove the third recommendation for technical reasons.
We'll consider item 18 as amended. Any other requests for specials? Any other requests for specials? If there's no other requests from the floor, Madam Clerk, would you please hold item 28 on the desk as well for an amending motion? On the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
On the next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 29 through 63. Items 29 and 30 are confirmations of commissioners.
Okay. We do have cards on items 41, 42, and 62. We'll hold those items, we'll call them special. On the balance of the items, public hearings are opened and closed. We do not have cards on the balance of the items. Items 29 and 30, again, being commission appointments, will be taken up first after dispensing with consent items. Any other specials? Mr. Cardenas.
Item 44, special.
44, call special by Mr. Cardenas. Any other specials? Seeing none, on the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next items are closed session, items 64 through 70. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Hold all closed session matters on the desk. And at this time, if that is the end of the regular agenda, let us temporarily recess the regular meeting.
Excuse me, Mr. President, it's posted for 11:15.
Oh, 11:15. Okay, it's not quite time yet. Ms. Misikowski.
Mr. President, I wonder if it is appropriate at this time if I can make a motion that we reconsider all of the ordinances from yesterday, because we didn't have 12, so they would go over until after we return. If we can reconsider all those items that we acted on and then vote on them today with 12 members present, they can be sent forthwith to the mayor.
That's music to my ears. Let's open the roll on reconsideration of all the ordinances from yesterday's agenda.
Mr. President, the items need to be picked up on the system first.
Okay. Give
And
the
that would
clerk
be-
and the computer a minute to do that. You ready? Okay. Computer is ready. Let's open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay. Those ordinances from yesterday's agenda are back before us.
And for the record, those are several street lighting districts, LAPD trust fund, a zone change, Hollywood signage supplemental use district, Silly String ordinance, and the ordinance for levying taxes and setting the tax rate.
Okay. And if there's no further discussion, let's reopen the roll on those ordinances, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are all approved. Let's send those items forthwith. And colleagues, all items approved today are being sent forthwith. All items approved today are being sent forthwith. Next item, please.
Mr. President, do you wish to take up the commissioners at this time?
Yes, that's items 6, 7, 8, 29, and 30. I think we can take them as a group.
Do you wish to take all of them up together?
Yes,
Six?
I know they're
Okay.
being appointed to different commissions, but in the interest of time, we'll take them all together. Members, please welcome the commission nominees before us. Are there members wishing to speak or to ask any questions at this time? Members, all the commission nominees are before us at this time. They're all great. Sound like Tony the Tiger over here. Well, if nobody wants to push their button, let me just thank them all for their service. We're about to take a vote, but I think we know what the outcome's going to be. You're all good, but I have a special compliment to pay one of you, and that's James Burkhart, who's a former member of my staff who came on board, just like Carmen Padilla, we met a few minutes ago, fresh out of UCLA, eager to do work in the community, and did a tremendous job for me as a field deputy. Went out to the mayor's office to serve him while there, now onto the private sector, but we're glad to see him back in City Hall, now serving as a commissioner, so I'm sure you're going to do a great job. And he's still dressed very well. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Mr. Smith.
On behalf of Mr. Parks, I'd like to ask reconsideration of item number 50 and 60, and they put on the special calendar.
Okay, members, a motion for reconsideration of items 50 and 60. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those items are reconsidered and called special. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 9 was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith, item number 9.
Yes, this is for just a technical amendment. I'd like to read in the language for a technical amendment, and that is Q1 of the Plum Committee Report, the trip equivalency table, Table 2, page 780 of the Master Environmental Impact Report, EIR 2002-1230 EIR dated December 2003, may be used to adjust maximum permitted uses subject to the approval of the Department of Transportation and the City Planning Department. Any approved revision to the mix to the uses shall not result in an increased vehicular trip above that generated by the use permitted by the condition. Move that amendment, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's consider item 9 as amended without objection. Please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 12, called special by Councilmember Zine. Excuse me, Councilmember Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Call the special to recuse myself as I have done in the past. Thank you.
Okay, let's give Mr. Smith a minute to exit chambers. Let the roster reflect Mr. Smith's absence at this time. If there's no further discussion, let's open the roll on item number 12, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Unanimous vote. It's a second reading of this ordinance. And again, all items approved today are going forthwith. Next item, please.
Item number 13 was called special for Councilmember Parks, and I believe he's not here. Do you wish to go to item number 22?
Let's hold it on the desk for the moment as we await Mr. Parks momentarily. Let's welcome Mr. Smith back into chambers and have the roster reflect he has returned.
Item number 22. On item number 2, a request that we receive and file this, that there's some technical issues with the Bureau of Sanitation, and Mr. Weiss, the chairman of the committee, agrees to receive and file this. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on item number 22? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the motion to receive and file this item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, item 22 is received and filed. Next item, please.
Next item number 24 is being held on the desk for Mr. Weiss.
Well, we're going to take that when we return from the special meeting, so let's continue to hold that on the desk. Item 25 is called special by Mr. Parks, and he's now here. You need a minute, Mr. Parks, to get situated? If not, we'll have item 25 considered now, and then we'll come back to item 13.
Whatever you're ready, I'm ready.
25, go ahead.
25, I just wanted to call that special because I think we've dealt with this about 3 or 4 times in different versions. AB 60, SB 60, now SB 1160. I had an opportunity to review this as a police chief a couple of times as a council member. And in my judgment, this is the best ordinance or the best legislation that I believe serves at least 3 areas that I'm concerned with. Number one, it gives us the safety and security to know that anyone that gets a driver's license has the ability to go through the testing, that we get positive ID by fingerprint, photograph. We're also assured that the individual that gets a license knows the rules of the road. They have the license, which then allows them to get insurance, which protects all of us and keeps all of our rates down. And so based on those 3 issues, and contrary to those who believe that this is a hindrance or a breach to the national security, in fact, it's just the opposite, that we now know who are the people that are identified on these licenses. We then have systems to check against both state and federal, that if they are wanted or if they are in some form of a identification by the federal level or the state level, that they should not be in the country, this would be identified through that process. So I think it's something that we should waylay the fears of those who have talked against this, move forward on this legislation so that we can, for the first time, be able to have a safe, secure system for everyone. It is basically a general anecdotal statement that about 80% of the hit-and-run misdemeanors that occur in our city are caused by those who are unlicensed drivers. It's my belief that this will allow a tool for law enforcement to aid us in at least identifying people and maybe prevent those who feel as though they do not have a license and did not have insurance from running from the scene. So I'd ask that we have an aye vote, and I think it's at least the 3rd time that this, some form of this legislation has come before council.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Parks, for your words. And certainly the experience that you bring to the comments that you make, I think, are second to none around this horseshoe about safety, public safety, security, and the protections that are embedded in this bill. And I want to thank Mr. Cardenas for being one of the seconders on this, that this is time where the threshold has been met. The governor's requests in terms of security have been met the way it's been reintroduced. It's been strengthened. There are background checks. And this gives us a great opportunity to move this forward and promote safety on our streets. So thank you for that support, and I hope we will have a unanimous vote today.
Okay. And Ms. Mizikowski.
I just rise in agreement and wanted to thank Councilmember Parks first for calling it special, but also for being a part, when he was the chief of police, of law enforcement entities throughout this state that brought this to the attention of our state legislature about the importance of allowing to have a valid California ID license, even for those who weren't necessarily documented here. And as we've known, it raised a lot of controversy, but issues that now have been addressed in this bill relative to verification, relative to background checks, relative to not allowing people who might come into this country who are from countries where we have significant and known terrorist activity would not be entitled to this same opportunity. So I think that the issues that were raised by those who did have objections in the past have been addressed in this bill, and I commend also State Senator Cedillo in working with the governor and others to do what our law enforcement entities and agencies and leaders have said. And members, if you would just were able to look at those who have communicated their support for this bill, it's just an overwhelming array of public organizations throughout this state who recognize the validity of this and have asked for support. So I'm happy to have the City of LA hopefully today vote, as the committee did, which was unanimous in its support, to send our message again to Sacramento so we can accomplish this legislation.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue, while somewhat controversial to some, for law enforcement is common sense. When it comes to identification of an individual, when a law enforcement officer encounters an individual, they need to find out who that person is, and this assures them, through the system that's in place, to verify that identity. And surely people can go out some of the streets of Los Angeles and buy fraudulent identification, but what this does is guarantee when a police officer is doing his or her duties, they can verify the identity of the individual, which expedites public safety. And I'm a strong supporter of this and join my colleagues in supporting this measure.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, colleagues. I just rise in support of this item as well. I want to commend Councilmember Parks, as Councilmember Miskowski just indicated. This could have easily just slipped through today, but I think it shows a lot of courage and also doing the right thing for this to have been called special. I applaud our Public Safety Committee and the authors of the motion. You've heard it, items like this can easily be good political footballs to win elections on. Unfortunately, when you manipulate this information, you can really do the wrong thing, do a lot of damage. You've heard former police chief, current police officer, a number of other Highway Patrol representatives throughout the state, and as the chair of our Public Safety Committee just indicated, this has an amazing amount of support on both sides of the aisle, north and south throughout California, conservatives, liberals, you name it, law enforcement, and all the way down to human rights advocates. So again, I think it's a common sense approach, and I appreciate all the colleagues standing in support of this, and I'd also urge an aye vote.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Mr. President, members, this is a very important measure here in the city of Los Angeles. As we know, there are many people living here who work every single day, who drive to work. They drive without a license. They don't have the means to get a license under current law. This resolution on our part is an indication that Los Angeles understands that it is better for these people who are driving to drive with a license, to be able to buy insurance so that when they're in an accident, we can get appropriately and duly compensated. It's the right thing to do. Many states have a provision that allows for licensure for the undocumented. This measure doesn't take a position on immigration laws. Everyone knows that every country in the world has a right to enforce their immigration laws. What it says is we want people to observe our traffic and safety laws, and that in a city and a state where so many people are driving without a license, to give them a license is the good for security, good for public safety. It's good for all those who drive and those who don't. I urge your aye vote.
Other members of the council wishing to be heard on this item? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that is approved. And I think a lot of other members did want to be heard on the item, but in the interest of time, we will not all speak and be too repetitive on this item. We do have 12 votes in favor. That is approved. It's being sent forthwith. Let's proceed to the next item.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 13 was being held on the desk for Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, item 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 13, if we could ask Mr. Fujioka to come up. Colleagues, rarely, I think, do we publicly express our appreciation for many of the things that the CAO does as it relates to dealing with our financial status, our analysis as it relates to our financial issues. And basically, we've just received from 3 of our bonding agencies an assessment of the current city's bonding rate on our general obligation bonds. I'd just like Bill to explain what that means to us and why we have gotten that rating and how it's not been given to other major cities.
Well, thank you very much. We have a report that we issued to your council and the mayor that addresses the recent bond ratings assigned by the rating agencies, the agencies being Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch Ratings. And they're related to the bonds that we've recently been selling on the market. We have the highest bond rating of the 5 largest cities in the United States. And during this particular time when the state economy has forced some problems on the city, and even the local economy has been struggling, for a city like ours to maintain our rating when cities like San Francisco and San Diego have actually been downgraded significantly is a very, very strong achievement. In assigning these ratings, the rating agencies commented on our very stable financial performance, our proactive efforts to establish a strong reserve and strong debt policies. They've also talked about how we've taken very prudent and aggressive actions to manage our finances. Now that's a strong testament to what's occurred first in Budget and Finance, this council, and it's supported by the mayor. The way the city handles its finances has been recognized in the financial community. Now that's an independent source. That's not us just saying we're doing a good job, but that's a source that has rated our financial performance and then given us the appropriate rating. Again, it's the largest rating for the 5 largest cities in the United States. Particularly important is that they took special note of the financial policies approved by this council, and that's where we will use one-time money for only one-time programs and not to support ongoing programs. And the other policy of when a new program comes forward, the importance of identifying the funds to support that new program. Those 2 policies were specifically addressed in our recent bond ratings. And so this is something that the city as a whole, all the policymakers, and then with that your staff, should be very, very proud of.
Thank you, Bill. I just wanted to make sure that as we went through the last year's budget, getting ready for this year's budget, some people thought that in placing some of the items in the Budget Committee report were too harsh, or whether we were going in the opposite direction we should. But I think it got us through to where our current budget was basically balanced as of July 1st, and then to get this kind of rating on our bonds, because as we see on a daily basis, we're selling bonds, a significant amount of bonds, whether it's dealing with general obligation or bonds for our police stations, fire stations, variety of different bonds. But to have this rating when others have not, I think is worth a commendation. And we just want to say, Bill, thank you for what you've done in your staff, because you've been really a guiding light on many of these issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other members wishing to be heard? Mr. Labange.
I just want to rise to thank Bill and his staff, and going back to all the CAOs. You know, I remember when I first started 30 years ago, C. Irwin Piper, who Piper Tech's named after, was the toughest guy in town because he always found a way to make sure the people's interests were kept, being very prudent and fiscal and his responsibility of the people's money. And you carry that tradition well, Bill, and your staff does well, each and every one of them. So I just wanted to rise and thank you for doing that, because in the end, the people win. Even though I'm very aggressive when I talk to your staff asking to find money, when you find it, it's real money. When I ask for it, I'm thinking of Monopoly. So you always help out and bring in the real stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard on this item?
Okay. Sir, a real quick comment, and we appreciate the comments made. We sincerely appreciate the comments made, but the bottom line is that we're staff to this council, and the policies that were approved through Budget and Finances Council and also supported by, as I said, all policymakers, including our mayor, is what led to these bond ratings. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Let's open the roll on item 13, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Unanimous vote. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 28 was being held on the desk, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Okay. Is there any discussion on item 28 or any objection to the amending motion? Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, one, I just want to say I am in support of this. This is dealing with the issue of support or for preliminary comments by the Department of Transportation on a California High-Speed Rail Authority. And although we will have many other bites at the apple in terms of looking at an EIR and comments on the EIR. I just would like to ask our DOT in helping to put these together that I think we should put everything that we might like to see in this opportunity now, so that as an EIR might be done and as our different potential lines might become competitive, that we have possibilities that are looked at. And in particular, there is one, and I know Mr. Labange is going to like hearing about this. There is a high-speed rail corridor that is owned today by the MTA from Union Station to LAX. And it's called the Harbor Subdivision Line. And I think we should just make sure that DOT, in terms of looking at a California Rail Authority, includes this as one more element. Again, if we get other special funding, if California comes through and there's some private development money that might come through, this is a line that should be on the list to be looked at for possible selection to give us a direct Union Station LAX line, LAX link. This has been supported by an advocacy group called the Friends of the Green Line, who also want the Green Line to go in. This is the same group that is Friends of Expo, that wants Expo line to go in as a possible light rail. We may have a lot of different alternative of mass transit capability, particularly as we see it coming from different funding sources. So I just want to make sure that DOT includes this Harbor Subdivision Line as a potential in its comments of things, not necessarily selecting it today, but just make sure it's not forgotten, not dropped out, and it's up there as a potential selection that, as other lines might be looked at in terms of what their potential could be, that this is one that is always brought to the fore. So with that as a direction and a request of DOT, all they're doing is making comments today, or asking for our approval on the comments they want to make, that we make sure that they keep remembering that particular line.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, and I concur with Ms. Miskowski's statement. I ask the maker of the motion, Ms. Padilla, if we could clarify the amending motion with one additional sentence, or not sentence, but add to the sentence on number 1. It says the alternative corridors be examined other than San Fernando Road corridor. I would ask that we insert the words "in the city of Los Angeles" there, which then conforms with the second part, which talks about the city of Los Angeles corridor of San Fernando Road. And the reason for that is it may make sense to bring it down San Fernando Road through Santa Clarita Valley area, but when it gets to the city of Valley, your comment number 2 would take effect, and that is, then it goes underground.
Okay.
So I'd ask that the city of Valley be inserted.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Mr. Labange.
I just wanted to rise to thank Ms. Miskowski's work and bringing that to our attention, and Greg, your comments as well. Again, Alex, in 30 years, you may still be here if they do something about what they should do, but in making sure we get high-speed rail for all of California. High-speed rail is something that we should have been doing long ago, and I remember them talking when I first started. We really didn't get to it. But you bringing up that branch line, I could envision even one day flopping, the branch line is Slauson, but flopping the Green Line, which is at a corridor in the center of the Century Freeway for high-speed rail, and then the Green Line move north to Slauson, which is more in a residential, but whatever. And Alan Rifkin is here, the great engineer from transportation. I'm looking at Alan. Every transit corridor we got to keep for potential, and including freeway corridors, so we relieve the 405 as it impacts the San Fernando Valley and West Los Angeles, and the 10 as it impacts the center city to the east as well. Thank you very much, and we all should work on that as a goal to really see high-speed rail in all of Southern California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll on item 28 as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And also want to thank Councilmember Villaraigosa as chair of the Transportation Committee for looking out for these concerns in committee deliberation of this item. Colleagues, unless there's an objection, what I'd like to do at this point is take a temporary pause in the regular meeting and ask the clerk to please call the roll on the special meeting.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Han, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla, 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The special meeting agenda is now in session. Colleagues, as you know, we have a lengthy special agenda since we have canceled the Friday council meeting. I want to go through the special meeting agenda, dispense with consent items. There are also a couple of items on the special agenda that we have a lot of folks in the audience for and wish to take out of order. Item 7 specifically, an issue on the stem cell research and a measure on the California ballot for this November, as well as item 36, which has to do with the hotel employee and restaurant employees negotiations with the hotel owners in Los Angeles. Let's start with item number 1. Madam Clerk.
Items noticed for public hearings, items 1 through 4 are ordinances relative to street lighting districts.
Okay, members, items 1 through 4 are now before us of the special agenda, and I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on these items. Public hearings are open and closed. Members wishing to be heard on items 1 through 4. Any specials on items 1 through 4? Seeing none, let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item.
Item number 5 is also a public hearing item. It's a public convenience or necessity in Council District 12. A motion is required to grant the application.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
Moved. So moved.
Move approval on item number 5. Is there any further discussion? Let me also recognize that I do not have speaker cards on item 5 of the special agenda. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 6 through 30, reports have been submitted on items 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, members, items 6 through 30 now before us. Public hearings have been held. A motion from the floor would be required to reopen the public hearings. Request for specials, Ms. Gruhl.
Item number 7, and would also ask, I don't know if it's appropriate this time to have a short public hearing as well from
Okay,
the speaker.
let's call item 7 special, dispense with the other consent items, and we'll come back to item 7 first. Ms. Hahn.
Without objection, actually, I'd like to have 28, 29, and 30 continued for 30 days.
Okay, members request to continue item 28, 29, and 30 for 30 days. That would bring us to September 21st. And seeing no objection, those 3 items are continued.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiss. Okay, Mr. Villaraigosa.
Item 16, special.
16, call special by Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Smith.
13.
13, call special by Mr. Smith. Mr. Cardenas.
We're not there yet.
Mr. Parks.
Did we have 16, you said?
It's items 6 through 30 at this point. 16 has been called special.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ludlow? No. Any other requests for specials? Mr. Labange?
8, 15, 25, and 26.
8,
All under 3 minutes total grand.
15,
No combined. Same brief.
25, and 26.
8, 15, 25, and 26.
Got it. Call special by Mr. Labange. Any other specials? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the balance of the items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
On the special agenda, items for which public hearings have not been held, 31 through 47. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item number 31 is the commissioner. Do you wish to hold that matter on the desk for a moment?
Yes, let's hold item 31 momentarily. 31 through 47 now before us. We do have cards on item 36. We'll call that special. On the balance of the items, I do not have speaker cards. Public hearings are open and closed. Request for specials, Mr. Weiss.
We hold, I guess, 32 special and hold it on the desk so we can consider it with 24 from the original agenda.
Okay, 32, call special by Mr. Weiss. Other specials? Items 31 through 47. If there's no further request for specials, let's open the roll on the balance of the items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those items are approved. Next items, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 48 is the closed session item. And
Okay, we'll hold that on the desk as well. And if that's the end of our special meeting agenda, let's take up item 31 first and quickly. Mr. Cardenas?
Continue item, closed session 48 to the next
Okay.
council meeting.
Motion to continue item 48 from the special agenda. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
And that would be to September 7th.
We'll take that up after Labor Day. Item 31 now before us. Is our commission nominee here? Thank you for your patience. Members wishing to be heard on item 31 of the special agenda. Seeing none, please don't take it personal. We're just trying to be efficient
It's okay.
today. Let's open the roll on confirmation, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you for your volunteer service. And that, members, brings us to item 7 of the special meeting, called special by Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, colleagues, if we could have now we have a number of speakers, a 5 to 10 minute public hearing that we could have at this point in time, and then begin discussion.
Sure. If there's no objection, let's hear from members of the public who are here to speak on these items, beginning with someone who's no stranger to council members, Ms. Laura Berghoff. And she will be followed, if you want to form a line behind the podium, by Dr. Shane Smith, Mark Siegel, Dr. Kevin Kaiserman, Emma Clayton, Julie Lehman, Rick Miller, Ken Bernstein, Cheyenne Cook, as many of you as we can fit in the following 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Council President Padilla and members of the City Council. My name is Laura Berghoff. I am 19 years old now, and I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 4 years old. As you all know, I have spoken about what it is like for a kid to have diabetes at all 7 annual Los Angeles political roasts, which raise funds for the American Diabetes Association. Given the spirit of the roast, I usually attempt to infuse some humor into what is a very serious subject, diabetes. Today, I will make no such attempt at humor. I want a cure for diabetes, and I want it now. Diabetes researchers around the world all indicate that stem cell research is the most likely source for a cure for this terrible disease that afflicts 17 million Americans. Since the current administration in Washington, D.C., has made this a political issue by cutting back on stem cell research funding, it is now up to California to pass Proposition 71. Proposition 71 will provide funding for stem cell research to cure many diseases, which include diabetes, cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, cystic fibrosis, multiple sclerosis, sickle cell disease, Parkinson's, HIV, AIDS, and spinal cord injuries. There's not a minute that goes by that I wish that there was a cure for diabetes. Unless you have diabetes, you cannot understand what an awful disease this is and how it changes your life, the lives of your friends, and the lives of your family. I urge this council to endorse Proposition 71 because diabetes sucks. We all want to find the cure. Thank you for listening to me today.
Special 16.
Were there any other speakers on this matter? Seeing none? Oh, I'm sorry. Please come forward.
Thank you. I'm Shane Smith, Science Director for Yes on 71. And members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that stem cell research is sound science. The medical community is united in believing that this is the new frontier in medicine. A new frontier that can utilize unspecialized cells to potentially replace or repair tissues damaged by the onset of diseases like Parkinson's, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, sickle cell disease, HIV, AIDS, potentially use stem cells as new experimental models to design better drugs for Alzheimer's and other neurological disorders. This campaign has been blessed with an amazing coalition. We have the support of over 60 disease and patient advocacy groups, 21 Nobel laureates, a wide swath of California's medical and scientific community. This is a proposition where the interest group is literally those of us who have family members suffering from disease or who are suffering ourselves. I urge your support for Proposition 71.
Thank you. We have other speakers, Dr. Mark Siegel, Kevin Kaiserman, Emma Clayton, Julia Lemon.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Proposition 71, the California Stem Cell Research and Cures Initiative. My name is Kevin Kaiserman, and I currently serve as the Physician Director of the Clinical Diabetes Program at Children's Hospital Los Angeles. In my role as a pediatric diabetes specialist, I share in the daily struggles of children and families living with the constant burden of diabetes. The diabetes routine requires multiple daily painful blood tests, insulin injections, and a never-ending evaluation of food intake and activity levels. Yet despite all of these efforts, affected children live under the constant fear of short-term complications, such as having a seizure from a low blood sugar reaction, and long-term complications, including blindness, kidney failure, amputations, and heart disease. While the last decade has seen many advances in the treatment of diabetes that have improved the lives of these children and their families, one hope remains paramount in the hearts and minds of those afflicted: the dream that a cure for diabetes will be found in their lifetimes. Stem cell research is one promising avenue that may lead to that cure, not only for diabetes, but for a range of chronic illnesses affecting millions of Californians. I would like to thank the Los Angeles City Council for their leadership in considering Proposition 71 today. On a personal note, I would like to thank Council President Padilla for his exceptional leadership and dedicated service along with me as a member of the Board of Directors of the Los Angeles American Diabetes Association. Type 1 diabetes and the emerging epidemic of type 2 diabetes in children continue to place a severe burden on our healthcare system, affecting members of all social classes and ethnic groups. The potential savings from the cure of diabetes and all of the horrific complications in real dollars is staggering, and the reduction in human suffering is beyond calculation. I have just recently returned from spending 9 days at our local diabetes camp. Living with 112 teenagers with diabetes was humbling and inspiring. Watching their day-to-day struggle with diabetes, I was again reminded of the incredible effort that these individuals make each and every day. At the end of the camping season, as the adolescents gather to say goodbye, one wish is expressed year after year: the hope that the day will come when the need for specialized camps for children with diabetes will be a thing of the past, and diabetes will only be a painful memory. On behalf of all the children with diabetes and their families that share the dream of finding the cure, I ask for your support of Proposition 71. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma Quaidman. I was the 2003-2004 National Youth Advocate for the American Diabetes Association. I would like to thank each and every one of you for inviting me to speak on behalf of the American Diabetes Association and to speak out about the promise of stem cell research. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when I was 7 years old. I was in 2nd grade, and that bully called type 1 diabetes picked me out of a crowd of little kids. I had to go through many thousands of shots and needles, and I still do. Then I met people who were also bullied from the same mean pulpit. We began to do something amazing, advocate, to try to stop this bully from going any further. Stem cell research is one of the most promising cures to stop this bully in a long time. Stem cell research is more than just a hope. It's the promise of a new future, of a new healthy future with many kinds of diseases and not just diabetes. When I was here last, one council member told me that dreams can be stolen away if people don't work hard enough. That council member told me that he hoped that there would be a cure in my lifetime and that there would be a cure. I tell you now to be supportive of stem cell research because it is my hope and my dream that a cure will be found. I think I speak for most everyone who has ever been bullied. I face a daily regime of blood test pokes and insulin doses and checking my blood sugar about 8 to 10 times a day and countless times at night. I want to wake up to a morning where I don't have to do this. I want to wake up and won't have to test my blood sugar or give myself insulin for every morsel of food I put into my mouth. Please, please, help us try to reach this goal by being in support of one of the most promising things to come our way in a long time. To sit idly by and do nothing is to be nothing. Please support Proposition 71. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Julie Lehman, and I'd like to share with you, as Executive Director of the American Diabetes Association, our position statement on stem cell research. Stem cell research holds much promise in the search for a cure for the 17 million Americans with diabetes. It also offers significant new hope in finding a cure and/or new treatments for many other serious diseases and conditions, including cancer, birth defects, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, heart disease, stroke, arthritis, spinal cord injury, and burns. President Clinton established the National Bioethics Advisory Commission to examine issues surrounding stem cell research. The commission specifically addressed the ethical and medical considerations regarding the ways human stem cells are derived and used. In 1999, the commission developed and issued a comprehensive set of recommendations on how to conduct stem cell research. In short, the commission found the scientific and medical benefits of stem cell research should not be foregone. The American Diabetes Association has decided to support stem cell research, provided such use is consistent with federal guidelines and the recommendations of the National Bioethics Advisory Commission. The decision was made after weighing the benefits of stem cell research and much discussion among its National Board of Directors, Executive Committee, other volunteers, staff, and constituents, as well as other voluntary healthcare organizations. I'd like to thank the Los Angeles Leadership Council members that are here today, specifically Council President Alex Padilla and his tremendous efforts in supporting our cause, Arnie Berghoff, Mitchell Englander, Dr. Kevin Kaiserman, and Councilman Dennis Zine. It's very fitting that we stand today in John Ferraro Council chambers, as John Ferraro was the first person to be honored by the Los Angeles Political Roast, which benefits the American Diabetes Association. We've also had the pleasure of honoring former council members Zev Yaroslavsky, Hal Bernson, of course Alex Padilla, and also Dennis Zine was honored at our San Fernando Valley event. I'd like to thank the Los Angeles City Council for its past and continued support of the American Diabetes Association.
Thank you. My name is Ken Bernstein, and I am living proof that cell research does work. I am one of 250 people around the world that have been transplanted with insulin-producing islet cells from a cadaver donor. The main problem that we're faced with today, however, is a limited supply of these cells as we don't have enough donors. So stem cell research is the only possible way that we'll have to garner enough islets to be able to transplant children like Emma. It's so important that we pass this initiative because we have proven that this science does work. We've taken the science from humans to from animals to humans, and I'm living proof that it works. After 50 years of suffering with type 1 diabetes, my diabetes has now been totally reversed. One of the other great things that I'm looking forward to from passage of this proposition is that I'm a native Californian and actually a native Los Angelino. I would love to see California be at the forefront of stem cell research, and I thank you so much for your time and listening to my story.
Good morning. I'm Rick Miller, Vice President at West Hills Hospital. I'm co-chair of the United Chambers of Commerce and VICA Healthcare Committee. United Chambers of Commerce and VICA combined represent 8,000 businesses with about 500,000 employees. The Healthcare Committee unanimously endorsed Proposition 71. Both boards of the United Chambers of Commerce and VICA overwhelmingly supported Proposition 71. It's good for the biotech industry, which employs 125,000 people in Southern California. It's good for the greater economy, but most importantly, it's critical for healthcare, which gives the promise or the potential to solve some of the most chronic and costly diseases that we face in healthcare. So I urge you to support Proposition 71. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Mark Siegel. I'll be very fast. I don't have diabetes. I have Parkinson's disease. And Parkinson's disease community, the American Parkinson's Disease Association, the Parkinson's Action Network, and Parkinson's organizations up and down the state have endorsed Proposition 71. I hope they find a cure for diabetes within her lifetime. I hope they find a cure for Parkinson's in my lifetime. And stem cells are not an automatic cure, but it does open the door to science and put science in the lead in the search for a cure. And so I want to thank you very much for your support for Prop 71.
Hi,
I'm Cheyenne Cook with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. We wanted to urge your support for this measure beyond the well-stated healthcare benefits. We looked at this measure through numerous committees and found that the economic benefits for the Los Angeles area are very significant, and just as significant as the healthcare benefits of finding cures. The LA Chamber urges your support. We came out publicly with State Controller Steve Wesley, and we all feel that this is economically sound measure. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public hearing. Let me first call on Councilmember Padilla. Or Ms. Councilmember Gruhl, we'll call it. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And today, colleagues, this motion was introduced with Councilmember Padilla, Councilmember Weiss, and Councilmember Parks. We wanted to have this public hearing because, as you can hear from the individuals who spoke, they spoke much more eloquently than any of us will be able to today. They talked about what impacts their lives. And this was something that I felt very strongly that we should take a position on in this city council because it is about people and it's about lives. And Proposition 71 is a win-win for Los Angeles and for the state of California. Not only will it cure diseases and save lives, but it helps Los Angeles by creating jobs and investing in biotechnology. A lot of people say, why should we take a position on this particular item? Does it have an impact on what the City Council does? In fact, it does. It doesn't just make good moral sense, it makes good economic sense. We know that millions of lives could be saved through Proposition 71, whether it is Alzheimer's or diabetes, as we've heard today. And Mark Siegel and I have known each other since I was 18 years old, and he's a very special person and has been committed and dedicated to this cause and speaking out. And for you, Mark, that's very important to, I think, many of us around this horseshoe that have worked with you over the years. But as the young lady spoke, because of politics at the federal level, people have not addressed this issue. And we in California can stand up today and say, it's not politics as usual. We are looking at what is best for our state, for our children, for our adults, anyone who is impacted by this. We all know also that California has the highest health care spending costs in the nation. A huge share of these costs is caused by diseases that could be treated or cured with stem cell therapies. If Proposition 71 leads to cures that reduce our health care costs by only 1%, the initiative will pay for itself, and it could cut costs by billions of dollars in future decades. Also, as mentioned by our speakers from the various business organizations, it's a fiscally responsible measure, and it protects taxpayers and the state budget. It's self-financing, and the short-term and long-term, it will not strain the state's bonding capacity. It will also create thousands of new, well-paying jobs and generate new revenues for the state through royalties and patents. And the majority of the funding will go to public institutions and research facilities and nonprofit organizations. This could provide a real benefit for Los Angeles and Southern California, which is positioned to take advantage of investments in biotechnology. Colleagues, support for Proposition 71 is not only the right thing to do, that all of us know how important it is, but it's the smart thing to do. Let's take a position today and say we support Proposition 71, and that each of us not only is just going to stand here today, and I know my colleague, Council President Alex Padilla, has been a leader on the diabetes issue, but we are committed to following through after today's support to making sure it passes in November, because that's the right thing to do. So thank you. We stand with you, and we will be successful in November. Thank you.
Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I stand today in support of the resolution that's before us for so many reasons. As many of you know, we as elected officials not only have an opportunity today, but I believe we have a responsibility today. As others have mentioned, including Councilmember Gruhl, we look at healthcare costs, the increasing healthcare costs on society. And even though healthcare isn't directly within the city's jurisdiction, we nonetheless represent the same constituents that our county and state colleagues do, but we're all comprehensively burdened by the budget impacts of increasing healthcare costs. So we have a fiscal responsibility on top of others to want to support this research. When we have something that is right on the edge of helping cure diseases that affect so many people within our city and across the country, that can have the economic benefit too, we have a responsibility to consider that. Colleagues, I know I stand up here not only as an elected official looking at policy issues and budgets, but as many of you have joked about over the years, I'm also an MIT graduate. And while that's made me the butt of jokes for having that pocket protector in my pocket, I'll tell you what else it's brought me. It's brought me an ability to be able to take issues like stem cell research and actually have the understanding and get so excited because we know what is possible. And so I'm excited about the scientific merits and the technical merits of stem cell research. It is real, folks, and don't let the federal political discussion convince you otherwise. Colleagues, it is my honor also to serve as a board member of the Los Angeles chapter of the American Diabetes Association. And so let me share the following with you, because as we were getting ready for the roast this last year, I talked to a lot of people. I asked a lot of people to attend that roast, and I talked to a lot of people about contributing. There was not one person that I talked to in that year-long process, in the hundreds, in the thousands almost, not one person that I talked to that didn't share with me their personal story. They have diabetes. They have a family member, a loved one, a neighbor, a friend that's affected by this. The promise of stem cell research has the promise of improving the lives of everybody, because we all know somebody that if they're not touched by diabetes, they're touched by cancer, they're touched by spinal cord injuries, they're touched by Alzheimer's, they're touched by Parkinson's, they're touched by some ailment that stem cell research can help. Colleagues, I stand here today with my own personal story as well. You've heard me talk about it before, and I'll say it again. My mother suffers from diabetes, and while she strongly continues to lead a very, very productive life, I know it's not easy. I see her pain, I see her discomfort, and it's not getting better by the day. I too hope for a day where she will continue to live and she will continue to be strong, but I dream of the day when she doesn't have those pains, those ailments in her life. It's been said before, this is being held up by federal politics. And so I commend the organizers of Proposition 71, especially the Zuckers, who have symbolized the strength of California. If the federal government is going to get caught up in the politics, then California will step up and ensure that the progress that we've achieved through stem cell research will continue, and that we will get there sooner rather than later to the point where cures are possible and we are improving the lives of Californians and all Americans and people around the world. Colleagues, I ask for your support of this resolution.
Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this city council, the largest city in the state of California, weighing in and hopefully unanimously supporting and endorsing Proposition 71. This bond measure will provide close to $300 million per year for 10 years to support stem cell research for our universities, for our medical schools, for our research facilities. And I believe, as those who have spoken today, we need stem cell research. We only have to hear, as Alex pointed out, most everyone we know has their own story. And millions of families suffer daily, either because of their own experiences, like we've heard this morning, or having to watch a loved one suffer from one of these terrible diseases. Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, diabetes, lymphoma, spinal cord injuries, and so many more. My own story is that my own father, after having suffered a paralyzing stroke at the end of his life, also then was diagnosed with diabetes. And my mother, who was the caretaker, not only had to lovingly take care of someone who had lost the use of the right side of their body, but certainly had to then, many times a day, check his blood sugar, give him the insulin, and make sure that all that was okay, not only during the day, but in the middle of the night. in the middle of the night. And it was toward the end of my dad's life that I taught him the word bummer. It's a bummer. And you said it sucks, but everyone that visited my dad in his bedroom at the end, he would say, diabetes is a bummer. And he loved having that new word to use. But stem cell research, this is so critical. And if we're ever going to say help is on the way or hope is on the way, it is about this proposition. And it is about this proposition because this bond measure would actually fill the gap which has been created by the current federal administration's funding. There needs to be so much more funding, and this bond measure would do that. And I do love the fact that the state of California is usually in the forefront. I love the fact that California is usually leading the way. I love the fact that we're usually about 10 years ahead of the rest of the country in great trends. And I am proud to be a Californian today, and I'm more proud to be an Angelino, because again, I think it's important that this city council, that this body weighs in supporting that. And I really want to end by thanking my colleagues, all of those, Wendy Gruhl, Alex, Jack, Bernie, for bringing this issue to us, because you know what? This ballot in November is crowded. There are so many initiatives and propositions on this ballot, but what we've done today is to highlight this one in particular and separate it from all the many initiatives and propositions so that anyone watching our council meeting today will certainly take another look at Proposition 71. And I think what we've done today is extremely important. So I give my enthusiastic support to us unanimously passing a resolution in support of this great, great Proposition 71. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you. I know we have a long agenda, so I'll try to be brief. I just want to thank Council Members Gruhl and Padilla, of course Weiss and Parks, for their leadership on this. And I wanted to underscore one thing that Councilmember Gruhl spoke about as chair of the Housing Community Economic Development Committee. And I want to thank Mark Siegel as well, who's a friend and somebody who's continually raised my attention to a number of health issues, but for his leadership. If we in California, and I think nobody knows more about this than Antonio Villaraigosa, who helped work on bringing a biotech center here to Los Angeles, if we are going to be able to continue to have the leadership in one of the main industries in California, I want to underscore how important this is for our commerce and for our economy. The health stuff has been covered, and I think that should be our first and foremost concern, but that's been well covered by my colleagues. We have the opportunity with this to stay at the forefront as other places and national leadership wants to turn its back on research, wants to turn its back on an industry which California has already shown itself to be not just leader in the nation, but leader around the world. This will go towards that, not only raising the tax base in this state, but creating some of the best paying jobs that are out there in the growing economy. We see the healthcare sector exploding as an industry, but one of the places where it is really facing some of the most exponential growth is in the biomed and biotech area. And so I think it is incumbent upon us to look at that, and as we argue for the passage of this fall, is to really zero in on that too. California is a state of innovation, and this continues that. So Rob Reiner and the other folks who have helped lead the fight in putting this forward allow us to be able to not only look after the health of us as individuals, but the health of the state. So thank you again to my colleagues for the leadership, and I certainly have my strong support.
Councilmember Ludlow.
Thank you, Madam President, and I truly will be brief. First, I do want to rise and applaud the council members, Gruhl, Weiss, Padilla, and Parks. One of the things, colleagues, that I noticed on this is the great diversity of support, African American, Latino, male, female, and one of the things that Wendy has been pushing very, very diligently in this council chambers is that we reach out and try to show the breadth of diversity of support for many items that we bring before this body, and this one does that, and so I applaud your leadership on this as well as our council president. I rise in full support, and I just wanted to do one other thing completely out of order here, but I just want to have Emma stand up again, and at 13, she's leading this cause, and she's making so many people so proud. Let's give her a round of applause. We really appreciate your advocacy. Which side of the political aisle you're on, you may have seen a young girl stand up at the Democratic National Convention and lead a charge there. And I just want to say, when we see young people coming into the government arena and advocating passionately from issues that you believe in so much, it really is it's heartwarming, it's re-inspiring, and it gives us a good sense of confidence that the future's in great hands. It'd be very difficult to not lend our support to this item, having you personally come in here and give your testimony. And so I enthusiastically rise, and I again reiterate what our President, Council President Padilla, mentioned, is that whatever they do at the federal level to politicize this issue, let's make no mistake about it. This is a great opportunity to save lives, save our loved ones, and really do something that our grand and great-grandchildren will look back and say, thank you for doing the right thing. So I enthusiastically rise in support. Thank you.
Councilmember Labange.
Thank all those who've been involved, but Ms. Hahn, you made a very good point, and I know as all of you spoke individually, and Laura, thank you for all that you've done and championed, and now someone else champions, everybody champions, you pass the baton and to be a champion to fight for this. I want to ask maybe Alex a question here. We take a position. Can this position, because Janice made an extremely important point, that this is a cluttered November ballot. Could our official positions as a city council be then transmitted to our Department of Neighborhoods to be transmitted to the neighborhood councils for their information? So I'll make a friendly motion to ask that any official position of the city council on any ballot issue be forwarded to our neighborhood department for distribution to neighborhood councils for their information. Second. All right, I thank you. And that way more people will find out about it and we can make a difference. I was just telling, I was thinking, you know, I think of music and folk singers all the time. I was thinking of Bob Dylan. He had that song, A Slow Train Is Coming. We got to make this a fast freight train for people like you, Laura, and others, and Mark, and all of you, because make that fast freight train, make sure that we do what's right. We do what's right, because I think that's what the people before us would want us to do, and that's what we're going to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker on the queue. We now have this item 7 as amended friendly by Mr. Labange before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. That's officially the city's position. Thank you. Members, I believe we had a request to take item 36 out of order. That's my understanding.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, then I will, if there's no objection, 36 will be before us. And let me recognize Councilmember Ludlow.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could take public comment first. We have a number of workers from the hotel industry that have been here all morning. They've been here a number of hours. So if we could ask them to come forward and take the public speaker cards.
Okay, there are some public speaker cards that were submitted. I believe there's an organization here and an organized list of speakers.
10 minutes.
Let me first let the group that was just with us clear the aisle. There are 2 people who are going to speak on behalf of everyone. Let me call Norelia Ramos and Miguel Aguilar in any order you're comfortable with.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miguel Aguilar. I worked for the last 12 years at the Sheraton Universal. I'm a father of 2. I just came out here this morning to share some of the things that we're struggling with now and then with the industry of the hotels and restaurants. Like I said, I'm a father of 2, and I'm facing a very, very tough future for my kids right now. One of my kids, the 8-year-old, is very, very interested on becoming an engineer, making buildings, you know, robots and all sort of stuff. And as a good father that I try, the best father that I try to be, I tell him that, you know, if he shows up to school, does his best, try his best, and there's nothing out there or anybody who can stop him from achieving what he wants to do. Now, when I think to myself, I says, what happens when he graduates? And he comes to me and tells me, you know what, I've done my part. Now do yours and you know, provide the money that I need to go to college, and I'll have nothing to show because of the poor salaries that we live under when we work with these hotels. I have another 5-year-old who was born with heart surgery, had open heart surgery 2 years ago, and the surgery costed $80,000. Of course, it was paid by insurance. What would have happened if I didn't have insurance? Now, he's facing, that the membrane that he has on his heart might grow before he gets to 7. They're taking our insurance away from us. If my son, God forbid, that membrane grows back again, what am I going to do to get surgery for him? They're taking that from me. I've given 12 years of my life to the Sheraton Universal. And yet they want to take my son's life away from me and my future away from me. So I have no opportunity to offer to my kids to save money so they can go to college and they won't end up being what I do. I'm a server and I have pride on what I do, but I want something better for my kids. And that's what they're priding me off. And that is not right. This is the reason why we need a fair contract. And we need to line up nationally with 7 other cities on 2006. So we, as parents, as family members, as citizens of the United States, can start dreaming again. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Noelia Ramos, trabajadora del Hotel St. Regis durante 4 años.
Hi, my name is Noelia Ramos. I work at the St. Regis Hotel for the last 4 years.
Estoy aquí para pedirles el apoyo a todos ustedes. Nosotros como trabajadores de hotel, el trabajo que nosotros realizamos es muy duro, muy fuerte, levantando de 30 a 50 libras.
We're here to ask for your support. As hotel workers, our work is very, very hard. We lift about 30 to 50 pounds every day.
Nosotros lo que estamos pidiendo es un contrato justo y digno para nosotros y darle un buen futuro a nuestros hijos.
What we're asking for is a fair and just contract to help our kids and to better survive.
En lo personal, yo tengo un hijo que está a punto de ir a la universidad y yo necesito un sueldo digno para poderle dar lo que él necesita, para que él el día de mañana se pueda realizar.
I have 2 kids. One is about to go to college, and I need to be able to have enough income coming in so that I can send him and to provide what is necessary for him.
Actualmente, en lo personal, ahorita yo no estoy trabajando porque me lastimé en el trabajo. A causa de ese trabajo, hacerlo rutinamente diario, es por eso que yo estoy luchando para obtener un contrato justo y digno para todos nosotros.
I currently am not working. I got hurt on the job with the routine work that I do on a daily basis, and that is why it's very important for me to fight for this contract and gain a fair and just contract for all the workers.
Así es como les agradecemos el apoyo de ustedes para nosotros seguir luchando. Gracias.
That is why I'm asking for your support again so we can continue in this struggle. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us. If you want to have a seat, we're going to continue with the council discussion. Let me recognize first Councilmember Ludlow, followed by Mr. Villaraigosa and Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, before us we have an item that I think is essential to how we as a city continue to stand for boosting the economy here in the local region. This labor dispute that is currently taking place in the hotel industry has the potential of really negatively impacting the strides that have been made in recent efforts to put LA out as the premier destination point for international tourists worldwide. And what we have noticed, and I will also submit that in committee, I want to thank our chairman, Eric Garcetti of Housing, Community and Economic Development, as well as all the committee members of the Conventions, Tourism, Entertainment, Councilmember Smith and Perry. We've had the hotel representatives in those hearings as well. And so I think everyone should first recognize that this has been an open balanced opportunity for both sides to come into council and talk to us about what has been taking place. At the end of the day, I'm very concerned, as I know many of my colleagues are, about the way in which we are treating those individuals in the tourism industry, in the hotel industry, who are at the ground level of making the industry rebound possible. Without the individuals that are cleaning the rooms, taking care of the facilities, cooking the meals, managing and maintaining the facilities, this rebound is not possible. We all know, and I don't think there's anybody in this chambers today that goes back to a hotel facility or a tourist destination point and they want to go there because it was dirty, because it was unkept, because it was poor on service. We go back to the places where we were served well, where the facilities were clean, where we know that people were taken care of. And there's a lot of pride that Los Angeles should have that we are rebounding and that we are making that type of a statement in our hotel industry. But the problem is that the workers who are making the rebound possible are not feeling the rebound in their pocketbooks. They are not feeling them in their health care benefits. In fact, quite the opposite is happening. Their health benefits are being eroded, their pensions are being decimated, and they're being required and demanded to work twice the workload that they were just years ago. And to me, colleagues, this is an inequitable dynamic that we should eliminate by making this motion possible. We ought to send a message, not just to the industry here in LA, but to any industry throughout Los Angeles. As we have indicated before, we're definitely open for business. We're not open for the abuses and the demands that I think have been unrighteously put on these individuals. A final point that I would like to add is that we just came through a major UFCW and grocery industry strike. We just came through a MTA and a ATU strike. It is beginning to be very challenging for this city to be the best that it can when we continue to see these great inequities between those who have and those who have not. I think we can take a stand here, just as we did a moment ago on opening up the doors to research. We ought to take a stand here today and make sure that the workers who are making this rebound possible have an opportunity to resolve this labor dispute before it goes to a strike, make it possible for them to take care of their families and live with dignity and respect. And so I applaud and thank all of you that have been out there pushing the Hotel Council and the hotel workers to come to an agreement. We have an opportunity as the city, second largest city in America, that we take a stand. We support you. We're with you. And I know that we have been asked to make a subtle amendment to this motion, which I would submit at this time. Item number 1 in the resolve was had indicated that we endorse the efforts of one side, and we've been told by the city attorney that we need to make this a little bit more balanced. And so we have submitted an amending motion that simply would say that we resolve to strongly urge hotel workers and hotel companies to reach a just and decent contract that protects health care, improves working conditions, ensures that the hotel's hiring reflects the diversity of the workforce in the city, and allows for a national dialogue on the issues which affect the health of the many communities of Los Angeles and the city's tourism industry. And so this has been seconded by Councilmember Eric Garcetti. I would hope that you would accept this friendly amendment and obviously pass the item that we have before us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 council members who wish to speak on this. Let me recognize next Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Martin Ludlow. Together, we co-authored this resolution today, and very proud of the work that Martin is doing. He wears 2 hats, Vice Chair of the HCD Committee as well as Chair of Conventions Committee, which is looking at so many of the important business enterprises which bring revenue to this city. And it's really the hard workers that we see right here in the audience today who help sustain that industry, make it profitable, bring the shareholders and the owners of those companies and the executives the profits that they're able to enjoy. And we know we all have suffered some difficult times in the last few years. After September 11th, in fact, on September 11th, it was HERE employees who were among the folks who perished in the Twin Towers, some of the restaurant employees who worked on Windows of the World, the brothers and sisters of the union members that are here today who not only put their life on the line, but who lost their lives just by going to work like so many other Americans. And since 9/11, as the industry took a dive and as we've cobbled that back, we have been there for the hotel industry. The mayor and myself and Councilwoman Hahn, Alex Padilla, We went to Asia. We went to Mexico. We have gone and brought the tourists back because the hotels needed it, because the hotel workers needed it, because this city needed it. We went with Arnold Schwarzenegger before he was governor to Japan and tried to get the folks that were bringing tourists from Japan to come back here. We brought Kaz Ishii, the pitcher from the Dodgers. We went to Korea. We talked about the Korean soccer player who plays for the LA Galaxy. We went to Shanghai. We went to Beijing. We went to Taiwan. We went to Hong Kong. We've been to Mexico City, as I mentioned, all because we have been there for the hotel industry. When the hotel industry has looked at building new hotels, we have tried to be a partner in that. From Hollywood and Highland, the Renaissance Hotel, now looking at a W Hotel, the Hollywood and Vine, the Convention Center Hotel downtown. We have been there time and time again as a city because we don't believe that this is a city where it has to be us against them. And all we are asking right now is that we come back together as one single city and that the workers get a just and dignified contract, which is not so much really about the benefits anymore. Benefits are being used against as a negotiating tool by some of the hotels to try to get a 5-year contract. And for folks who are listening on TV or watching on TV for the first time, a 5-year contract might sound like it's better than a 2-year contract. But a 2-year contract is very important because it allows the workers here in Los Angeles to join the workers around the country. And in 2 years, many of these contracts will come up together. That is only fair because the hotel industry nationally has come together. There's been a consolidation of that. That has been done, and America has allowed that to happen, and it's not always been a bad thing, but we demand an equal playing field as well for the workers. So by passing this today, we will be able to encourage parties to come to resolution. There's federal mediator who has now been part of that, where we welcome that as well, as long as it leads to quick resolution. This city has too much invested, and we have stepped up for the hotel industry too many times for us to abandon this issue right now. We are behind you, we are behind the workers, and we encourage everybody to come to a quick resolution so we can get back to work. And for anybody who goes to hotels, whether you're going there for a dinner, whether you're going there for a drink, whether you're staying the night, talk to the workers. Take a moment. Hear their stories. Hear their voices. They make those rooms clean. They make sure the service is impeccable. They make Los Angeles work. But take a moment right now, especially as you're there, and talk to them, because I think you will learn a lot. And as we heard in committee, that when we listen, both to the hotel management, but when we listen to the voice of the workers as well, it is clear this must be resolved, and it must be resolved now. Thank you to my colleagues for their support and for HERE's great work.
Councilmember Villaraigosa.
Yes, Madam President, members. Last week, I happened to be at a hotel here in Los Angeles where we were honoring Dolores Huerta, ironically, for her work as a union organizer. That night, about 9:15 or so, a number of the workers there who know me over the years came to me and said, Mr. Villaraigosa, they're going to lock us out tonight. You have to do something. You have to come with us. And I went in with Dolores Huerta into the hotel kitchen, and there they were, fear on the faces of men and women who had gathered there because they were told, and they were hearing rumors that somehow that they were going to be locked out. Very happy to inform all of you, and you all know it, that that lockout didn't happen. But it didn't happen because we came together, because the union members there were strong. They stuck together. The council, the hotel council, which had agreed to lock out the workers that morning, had decided against that. Members, we live in a great city, a city that in many ways represents America's promise and its future. This is the city where we come from every corner of the earth, and we come here to live out the American dream. We come here because we know that when you work hard and you play by the rules, that you're going to have a good job at the end of the rainbow. And yet, what are these people fighting for? They're fighting for health care. They're fighting for health care even though they work every single day. They're fighting for a decent wage. These people work hard and have a union and have a wage, but not the kind of wage that you can maintain a family on. Many of them have 2 jobs. Their spouses work as well. They work on the weekends. They work extra jobs so that they could pay rent and maybe one day buy a home. What are we asking for here, folks? We're asking that we honor work. We're asking that when you work hard and you play by the rules, that you should have a decent wage and a decent benefit, and that their children should have a better life. You know, Los Angeles is perched on the threshold, a portal to the east and a portal to the south. We know the trade, tourism, the logistics industry are the key to the revitalization of Los Angeles. We know that tourism is up in Los Angeles, not down. We know that the hotels are doing better today than they were 3 years ago after September 11th. We know that when they're doing well, when they're not doing well, rather, that workers oftentimes don't do well as well. But we also know that when they are doing better in the economy, that it's not too much to ask that their workers do better as well. And so we come here today to encourage the hotel industry to come together and sit down with the employees to resolve this issue. We want to work with them. We're willing to provide the kind of incentives that we want to do at the hotel that we're going to put at the convention center. We know that sometimes we have to spur the tourism industry to do better, and we're willing to do that. But we also know that when they do that, they have to benefit the people that work there, benefit the people of the city of Los Angeles. That's why we rise today in support of this motion. This is about the quality of life in LA. This is about ensuring that we reward work, that we can strengthen the middle class in this great city, because we know that the middle class is the anchor, not only of Los Angeles, but indeed of the American dream. I urge your aye vote for this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, I certainly agree with everything that's been said thus far on this particular issue. Don't want to be too repetitive, but I think it can add to the conversation and some of the issues here. Let me begin with, yet again, the personal story. This is Alex Padilla's personal day at City Hall. I just talked about my mother on the last item. Now let me talk about my father, who, by the way, yes, has been an HERE member for many, many years. And so I thank this particular union for allowing my father to raise his family with a roof over their head, with health care coverage, and with an opportunity to achieve that American dream that Mr. Villaraigosa just talked about. I'm living proof to the benefits of successful union membership and successful good faith negotiations between unions and employers, and that's what we're asking for here. Good, honest, good faith negotiations between the union, and now it's not just an employer, but it seems like it's an entire industry. And so Mr. Garcetti so articulately explained the growing dynamics here. There was a time when employees of a particular hotel negotiated their contract with the owners of that hotel. That's no longer the case. Unions at individual hotels are now negotiating with national and international corporations. And so that is very much an issue on the table right now, and we're asking that to be respected, acknowledged, and factored into the content of the negotiations. Mr. Villaraigosa has talked about the success of the hotel and travel and tourism industry in recent years. And I, too, believe that is of utmost importance to recognize here. We have seen newspaper articles, we've heard news accounts, we've heard testimony right here at this table in front of us, colleagues, that the travel industry, travel to Los Angeles is alive and well. Seems like September 11th is more than 3 years behind us, because we recently hosted Powwow, and we heard success after success story from that convention, all the bookings, all the arrangements, all the transactions that are being made, and how the hotel industry, the travel agents are very excited about that. Yet, in the same breath, they will come to us and tell us that they don't believe they have the resources to be able to afford a decent raise for their employees, to be able to maintain the current health care coverage for their employees. That just doesn't add up. Colleagues, let me also point to a couple of indicators that I think should shed some light on our decision here today. In the very near future, we will do something to improve LAX, and we've already heard interest, if not specific plans, from hotels around the LAX on renovations and expansions. Councilmember Garcetti and Councilmember LaBonge, who represent the Hollywood area, are in large part responsible for that renaissance there. And we've seen hotels constructed and renovated there recently, and we know there are plans for additional new hotels in the Hollywood area. Here downtown, Councilmember Perry and Ludlow are working on making that long talked about convention center hotel, a reality in the short term in Los Angeles. Clearly, the hotel industry, the hospitality industry is confident in investing and expanding in Los Angeles. They think it's a good bet. The business is there. The money, they believe, will be there. Yet, it is difficult for them to put some of that money on the table in these negotiations. The success of a traveler's experience, whether it's business or pleasure in Los Angeles, is not just because the hotel structure looks nice, but it's because of the quality, work, and service brought to guests by the workers in these establishments. It is only right that a successful industry shares some of that success, some of those profits, with the very people who make that success possible. That's what we're asking here, folks. As Mr. Villaraigosa said, a piece of the American dream. We either live in a city and in a country where we acknowledge that people who work full-time, obey the law, can live above the poverty line and provide a dignified life for their families, or we do not. And I believe, I have all the faith in the world that in Los Angeles, we do believe that is due to hardworking employees. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you, gracias. Mis padres emigraron con los mismos sueños que ustedes tienen, para hacer lo mejor para sus hijos, y yo quiero hacer lo que yo puedo para ayudar a ustedes, para que ustedes puedan realizar esos sueños también. Mis padres solamente llegaron con el primer y el segundo grado de educación formal, pero aquí en este país tan poderoso logramos mucho. Y ahora yo tengo mucho orgullo de decir que yo sí soy hijo de inmigrantes. Yo sí soy hijo de padres que tenían esperanzas para sus hijos. Y nosotros, sus hijos, avanzamos en muchas carreras que ellos no tenían esa oportunidad. Y tengo mucho respeto para ustedes porque ustedes trabajan en unos trabajos muy duros. Y lástima que los dueños de estas compañías no quieren respetar a ustedes. Estoy aquí con ustedes y quiero que nosotros avanzamos como una comunidad enteros y no vamos a dejar las personas tan trabajadoras como ustedes. I just thought it was important for us to remind the hardworking people of this organization, to let them know that we are here with them and that we respect them. And the fact of the matter is, we hope and expect that these large corporations will give them the dignity in the workplace so that they can have a fair and decent wage in which they can raise their family with dignity, and also have the basic things that us as Americans take for granted, and that is to have health care benefits. That is to be able to take our children to see a doctor when we need that, to have the basic things that we as Americans take for granted as our quality of life. And I think it's only important that we stand together with these hardworking people so that they can have the opportunity to bargain in fairness, to bargain respectfully, and to gain the livable and respectable wages that they deserve. These are some of the hardest working people among us. And I think it's appropriate and proper that we stand together and support them, because they truly are people who give to the community without expecting much. The least that they should get for their hard work is a respectable wage, benefits, and to be able to continue to work in dignity. Congratulations for all of us. I feel strongly that we're going to pass this measure, and I support it wholeheartedly.
Councilmember Gruhl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you that are here today. And I think Mr. Cardenas, two words that really stuck with me, which was respect and dignity. That goes along with, I believe, fair wages and fair treatment, which we think needs to happen in the hotels in Los Angeles. And we need to be able to stand up proudly to say that our workers, because you are our workers too, we feel we represent you in this community and before those hotel owners. As we've heard today, this is not easy work that they perform every day. Many of us around this room would find it difficult to perform the kind of work and the hours that they have to every single day of the week and every day of the year. We must give equal opportunity to all that are qualified to work. We must, as indicated, work with dignity and respect, and they deserve that. We need to work together, and as I was talking to Maria Elena today, said they were sitting down and having conversations. We know that a harmful strike won't help either side, and that we really ask those hotel owners to sit at the table, to negotiate in good faith, and to understand that treating your workers fairly means that they will be able to perform the job well, and that it will be part of a city that cares about its workers. Our economy is showing good signs of recovery here in Los Angeles. We need to make sure that in that recovery we support those individuals who have been part of that economic and the American dream, as Mr. Padilla said. So I'm pleased to stand here and support and ask that the 9 hotels continue in negotiations with our hotel workers to reach a decent contract that provides them and protects their health care, improves their working conditions, and ensures that we have a dialogue on this issue, and that we can be proud to say the City of Los Angeles respects its workers and takes care of them. Thank you very much, and we look forward to adoption today.
Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I also rise in support of this, and I certainly rise in support of the hardworking men and women who are in our hotels. And again, I love this because we've made these hard workers visible. And historically, the hotel workers are invisible. In fact, that's probably what sometimes they say makes a good worker, is that you're invisible to the customer and you just do your job. But this issue makes you very visible, and it puts your faces on this issue, and it lets us know that there are men and women with families, with concerns, with health concerns, that we need to pay attention to. And we need to make sure that you're getting the best protection that you can get. And as Councilwoman Gruhl said, a harmful strike, hurts both sides. Doesn't help either side. And while one of my council members spoke of, nowadays we have to be negotiating with corporate conglomerates that sometimes aren't even based here in Los Angeles. Which is why, colleagues, I introduced a motion earlier, and I hope I will get your support on it, that in the future, at least Los Angeles can put our money where our mouth is, and that I've introduced a motion that for any hotel on public property, that we have a labor peace agreement up front before negotiations take place, so we can solve these problems in the future, and that will protect our workers, and that will protect the city's revenue in the case of any kind of a labor dispute. I am very pleased to say that just last week, with the mayor's support and my support, the Harbor Commission unanimously rejected a lease on port property for a new hotel because there was no labor peace agreement in the negotiations. And I think that is the way we go in the future. Let's get a labor peace agreement up front so that we don't have to have harmful disruptions of work, which hurt everybody. Thank you, and I support all of you.
That concludes the public comment, the council member comments on this item. We have this matter, item 36, before us. We have the substitute motion that Councilmember Ludlow distributed. If there's no objection, we'll accept the substitute as now before us. So on the substitute matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That matter is approved unanimously. Thank you. Members, we have had a request by Councilmember Weiss to take item 32 on this agenda out of order and take up item 24 from the other agenda that was recessed at the same time, since they deal with the same issues.
We're just going to do 32 and keep 24 on the desk.
All right, apparently we're going to do 32 and keep 24 on the desk, but we will deal with the matter through item 32. Mr. Weiss.
And Mr. City Attorney, if you could put your mic on for a second, because we have people in the audience who want to understand procedurally what's going on. Could you please explain?
Yes. the Brand Act requires that in a special meeting agenda, only those items on a special meeting agenda be discussed. Item number 32 regarding the ordinance for this Westwood matter is the only item on the special meeting agenda that we can handle right now. When we go back into the other meeting, we could discuss item number 24, the balance of the matter. Also, it would be more appropriate to discuss and hopefully adopt this ordinance first before going back into the regular meeting agenda to handle item 24.
And so then, after we do this ordinance, Madam President, can we recess into the regular meeting and then hear from the public? There's a public on item 32?
The public would be on item number 32.
Okay, so the public's going to speak now on item 32. They will speak knowing that when we get to item 24 in a minute, that's when my consensus amending motion will be introduced and acted upon by the council. Is that accurate?
I believe that that would be fine, and let me also suggest, since we have people who submitted cards for 32 and 24, let me call them all at this time and say that the council will indulge the public comments to be on however they want to deal with it, so we just have one public hearing, if that's appropriate.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, City
All
Attorney.
right, let me have the cards and ask people to come forward and speak on the subject before us. First, we'll hear from Howard Katz and Ellen Berkowitz, followed by Gary Olerich, Jeffrey Abel. Please come forward at this time.
I'm Ellen Berkowitz. Mr. Katz and I actually waive our time. We have reached a consensus with the council office and the community, and we have no comments. Thank you.
All right, does that go for Mr. Katz as well?
Yes.
All right, then let me call the speakers representing the businesses and homeowners in the area. Gary Olerich, Jeffrey Abel, Philip Gabriel. Please come forward and address us. Now is the time for public comment. Again, Gary Olerich, Jeffrey Abel, Philip Gabriel. If no one wishes to speak, the next three and final speakers will be Stephen San, Laura Lake, and Sandy Brown. And please, can I ask you to hurry forward?
Who was the first person you called?
You go ahead, Laura, you can
Okay,
speak.
thank you. It's a privilege to speak before you. I'm Laura Lake, president of Save Westwood Village and co-president and president of Friends of Westwood. We have worked many, many years on this site, about 14 years. Today, we're putting a done stamp on it and saying we've reached a compromise. There are a few outstanding issues that you'll hear about from certain individuals. I think we've accomplished a lot for Westwood. We're moving forward on a parking program that will help many of the businesses throughout Westwood Village. It's a better project, and we have a wonderful historic building that will be preserved. So on behalf of the people of Westwood, we want to thank our councilman and his staff, and we want to thank the applicant for making these changes. We think they will pay off with a better project. And thank you for your time, and we ask that you support this compromise.
Next speaker.
My name is Gary Ulrich. I own the apartment building immediately adjacent on Tiverton to the proposed project. Meaningful public input has been prevented because the motion being considered relies on exhibits not available to the public prior to consideration by the City Council. The developer appears to be hoping the City Council will grant the requested approvals while specifications remain vague so that the developer can push the envelope afterwards without public or council oversight. Though revisions have been made, the project remains too tall. The agreement by the Planning Commission included implementing the 45-foot total height limit on Tiverton contained in the developer's own Gruen report. This height should not be exceeded. The developer would still be gaining major concessions, including 50% greater residential density than otherwise allowed. It is spot zoning to create a means of measuring height from grade unique to this one particular project. Without that unique means of measurement, the project would not be able to exceed 36 feet at Tiverton and Weyburn, where lower height is most needed for compatible with existing development. I am told that on Weyburn, the upper stories above 40 feet are set back 35 feet where it's facing commercial, whereas that setback is much more needed on Tiverton, where it's immediately adjacent to 20-foot tall structures. Further, the city cannot approve giving away rights to Glendon that belong to public and private easement holders who have not waived these rights, myself included. Palazzo is clearly inconsistent with a large number of objectives and policies of both the Westwood community and specific plans. The statement of overriding consideration cannot be made because it is based on Palazzo's consistency with those plans. Previously submitted correspondences, well as 29 pages I will submit now to the clerk, have detailed substantiation of how the City Council cannot rely on previous recommendations or materials in support of approval. The EIR is defective and inadequate. The proposed findings are largely incorrect, and the statement of overriding consideration cannot be made. All local land use plans indicate Tiverton should retain its current residential
Mr.
character.
Ulrich, can I ask you to sum
Approvals
up?
cannot be made for an excessive project like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The other speakers, Sandy Brown, Jeffrey Abel, Philip Gabriel, and Stephen Sand.
Hi, I'm Jeff Abel, and I'm here representing my family, owned and operated business in Westwood, Sarah Leonard Jewelers. We're the oldest merchant in Westwood Village. We've seen it through its glory days and through its troubled times. And throughout that time, one of the biggest problems that we have seen in Westwood has been the lack of affordable parking for our clients and customers. And I came here initially to oppose this project, but with the good offices of Councilman Jack Weiss and his staff and the cooperation of the applicant, I think we've worked out a compromise that will provide incentives to both the merchants in Westwood and to the developer to develop a parking system that will serve all of our interests. And and therefore support the project as it's been modified, and just at this point request the continued support from the councilman's office to see to it that the parking program comes to be. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Sandy Brown with the Holmby Westwood Property Owners Association. After 14 years, the final piece of the puzzle, if you can believe it, was worked out this morning, probably about 5 minutes ago. However, a yes vote today is a yes vote for Westwood. I wanted to just let the council members know that we did bring the height down, we did bring the square footage down. We're all pleased. We all didn't get everything we wanted, but we certainly reached a point that everybody could walk away and said, we did it, we did a good job, and 14 years, it's finally over, and we are anxious now for the project to get going. Thanks a lot.
Hi, my name is Philip Gabriel. I own Scrubs Unlimited in Westwood Village. We sell for doctors and nurses lab coats. I came initially to oppose the memo that was before you, but with some last-minute compromises this morning, I urge you to vote yes. The parking needs of the village and for people who want to enjoy the village citywide really depends on this project finally going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Sand. On behalf of many of the businesses in Westwood Village, particularly those on Glendon Avenue, the street that is affected by this project, I just want to echo the comments earlier and thank the council office and the council staff for helping to broker a compromise. I think it's very important that we will get some public benefit in the form of some help with the public parking in this project in exchange for the very significant benefits that this applicant is asking this council to give them with a tunnel and other benefits that you are not obligated to give them but that are discretionary. So we feel very good that there is a showing of public benefit for the merchants that will initially feel some pain, but hopefully this after 3 years of construction will be a much better village, and we hope to welcome all of you back to it. So I want to thank you and thank the council staff.
All right. Let me recognize Councilmember Weiss for item 32, and then we will recess and go into 24, where I will recognize him again because that deals with the appeals.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to everyone who spoke. What I think we ought to do now procedurally is vote on the ordinance. Then I have an amending motion that will handle the issues that were raised, which we will have to go back into our regular session for an item 24. So let's approve the ordinance now, and then we'll go to item 24, which is sort of the guts of the work today.
All right, item 32, the ordinance is now before us. Without objection, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That matter is approved. It will be sent forthwith. Let us recess the special agenda and return to the regular agenda and take up item 24. And let me recognize Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Madam President. There is an amending motion on item 24 that should have been circulated to all of you. At the conclusion of my remarks, I will tell you, just in very slight form, how I'd like to amend that amending motion, and we'll provide a corrected copy to the clerk. Colleagues, I just want to say that for someone who has lived in the Westwood area and near Westwood for most of his life, I'm really floored and flattered and delighted by the comments of the folks who decided to come down here today, who've been at every hearing since before I knew there were Westwood hearings. I mean, I used to go to Westwood as a little kid, and now I run through Westwood on my daily run every morning. And there's a long version of this story and a short version, colleagues. Let me just, I'll be kind because it's our last day before recess and give you the short version. The short version is the people who are here today deserve so much credit. Sandy Brown, you are absolutely right. It is a community victory today. This community of Westwood that so many people said would not approve a project, would not sit down with the developer, would not negotiate a deal, proved everybody wrong. And what is being put before you with item 24 is the community's blueprint for the future of Westwood. Laura Lake, Sandy Brown, Carol Magnuson, Mike Metcalf, so many more folks from the residential community, Jeff Abel, Phil Gabriel, from the business community. My hat is off to all of you. You did what people said you would not do and could not do. You produced for Westwood. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations are also in order, I'm sure you would be the first to agree with me, to Renee Scalacci in my office, who just did extraordinary things on behalf of everybody over the past several months. Let me just review briefly what we have accomplished. We have saved Glendon Manor, that historic building in Westwood that will be incorporated as an historic building into the project. We have significantly downsized this project, both in terms of square footage and in terms of height. We have reduced the traffic that would be generated by this project by significantly reducing the commercial component of the project. We, I should say you, the community, have done all these things, and you, the community, stood fast on aesthetic elements of this project in terms of articulation, in terms of certain design elements. So the project will look better, will fit better into Westwood. You, the community, came up with, and correct me, was it Mike Metcalf who's responsible for the Paseo idea? The community generated an idea for a Paseo, a pedestrian walkway that will connect parts of Westwood, which everybody who uses Westwood for years and years in the future will benefit from. You insisted correctly that Glendon Avenue remain open during the construction of the project and that it remain open in perpetuity. You fought for that for many years, and you have achieved that. And finally, what we are doing this morning is we are ensuring that there will be 2-hour free parking in the project for at least the year following the issuance of the C of O, and then we're basically, what we were all negotiating this morning was trying to come up with a mechanism to incentivize both the developer and future developers in Westwood, because there are future developers in Westwood, and the merchant community to come together and agree upon a village-wide parking validation system that would be of benefit to everybody. Just so all of you know, colleagues, this year I was very pleased to inaugurate 2-hour free parking at the city-owned lot in Westwood Village on Broxton Avenue. That took a lot longer than any person would have ever reasonably expected or believed it should take, but it did happen. We will have a similar situation, at least for the first year, for this particular project, and then I hope we will have a couple years between now and then to work together as a village to come up with a village-wide validation system. The city attorney's office and the planning staff, you're all here today. You started, Ed Reyes, our colleague here, worked on this project when he was a staffer in the planning department. You all took the bull by the horns. You've worked so closely with my office and the community on so many technical issues. I want to thank all of you for everything you've done. And I guess I would just conclude by saying the amendment that I would offer, I'll offer it verbally now, but we'll give it in writing to the clerk, would be in amending motion number 24, term 15. I will read what the corrected final sentence should be. And my amendment is one clause of that, but let me just read it in final how it should read. In the event a village-wide validation system is not in place when the project's certificate of occupancy is issued, then, comma, for the first year following the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, comma, the project shall offer first 2-hour parking free to the public as currently offered in the Broxton parking garage. My amendment on the floor is that clause that reads, for the first year following the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. Let me just tell you, colleagues, thank you for your indulgence on the time. In conclusion, I would say this. Thanks to the Westwood community, the message to Los Angeles is clear. The train for Westwood is leaving the station. It's left the station. And I am looking forward with the members of the community who are here to a new beginning in Westwood. Thank you all from the community very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
I just want to underscore what a monumental task this has been, and being on the Plum Committee, I've been able to witness firsthand how contentious and how important these issues are. And I just wanted to share with all of you, the viewers and the people in the community, that Jack Weiss has done a wonderful, wonderful job in this situation. You made an extremely difficult, complicated set of issues come together wonderfully, and it was great to see you pull that together. It was not easy at all, and rightfully so, Jack. You gave a lot of credit to your staff, and I say all the time, every time us politicians make a promise that we're going to get down to the bottom of something, there's a bunch of staff hours that go into making sure that it gets done right. So congratulations to you and your staff, and equally congratulations to the community for coming together and working together and making this very, very complicated task what it is today, which I think is a win-win all the way around. Congratulations.
Councilmember Villaraigosa.
Sitting here as I do, Madam President, next to Mr. Weiss, and knowing many of the leaders who are here today, and following this issue as I have over the months, I feel quite vindicated, because I recall when a number of people said to me, what's this with Jack Weiss? And I said, watch him. He's going to engage this community. He's going to listen. He's going to work with them. These are people, a number of the people who Jack very rightly gave credit to today are people that aren't just leaders in Westwood. They're leaders in the city of Los Angeles. And long before the neighborhood councils, they were arguing the idea that something novel, and that is that before the city does something in their neighborhood, that those people in the neighborhood should have a voice, should be able to participate, should be able to create a vision for what their neighborhood looks like. And I feel very, very proud today, because in any district, if we'd have had this issue, make no mistake about it, it would have been as Mr. Cardenas said, an incredibly complex task to be able to resolve it in the way that he has, with a win-win, in a positive way, vindicating the right of the community to participate, acknowledging them first, but also his great staff. And so I want to congratulate you and the Westwood community for a great, great job well done.
Councilmember LaBonge.
I just wanted to echo those thoughts and thank you, Jack, and your staff, and so many community activists who I've known over the years on that. But the last thing that really got me up is because the train is leaving Westwood. I just wanted to jump on that, because I believe, I'm looking at Laura and Sandy, in a blue and gold line, you know. that will one day bring transit to UCLA and get people off the 405. So we'll get the blue and gold line up there past this project. Congratulations to everybody. That's for a later date, but we got to get transit to all of Los Angeles, including Westwood. Thank you. Light rail or underground?
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We now have item 24 with the amendment as submitted and circulated and specifically then clarified by Mr. Weiss before us. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Congratulations to everyone. We are now going to recess again our regular agenda. We still have some items on that, including a number of special closed session members, so plan for a longer afternoon, and go back into our special agenda. And per Mr. Park's request, there's been a request to take item 16 out of order. And Mr. Parks has asked for a limited public hearing. So we're going to set this for 10. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none. Mr. Parks?
Yes, Madam Chair, if we could just ask for 5 minutes on each side, because we've had a hearing. I think there's 6 cards on one side and 3 on the other, and we could just ask the folks that have the 6 cards that they can merge their comments into the 5 minutes.
All right, we will begin with a 5-minute on each side. Let me hear, let's see. Why don't we hear first from those who are against? That is the number. We have more cards. And again, I believe that there's been some discussion among you. Let me call the names: Tom Ross, Linda Oken, Cheyenne Cook, Norm Jacobson. Those are the ones against the, so 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Tom Ross. I'm sorry David Houston, the owner of Barney's Beanery and Q's, had to leave. He's opening a new restaurant, and lunch rushes can be maddening when you're opening a new restaurant, so he had to leave. And one other of our speakers also had to leave, a small realtor who's been hit by 17,200 lawsuits. California businesses are really bouncing back. People are finding work, economy's recovering. It's good signs for our state and our economy and our communities. Unfortunately, small businesses still face the threat of what we term shakedown lawsuits. These lawsuits are usually filed en masse against certain industries. Many of them, you might remember, the nail salons recently, restaurants, auto repair shops, that were all recently victims. But no industry is exempt. You might think of health clubs, hotel owners, computer manufacturers. Everyone gets hit by these. The way a shakedown works, so you all know, is that a letter is sent typically to a small business saying that they might or might not be in violation, but they can settle out of court for a certain dollar amount. Keep in mind that there's no victim, nobody has been harmed, or no one has been misled. The business owner usually settles out of court because it's cheaper, cheaper than fighting it, and it's cheaper than hiring an attorney. California is the only state in the nation that has this law, and specifically to the resolution at point, Prop 64 does not eliminate consumer lawsuits, class action lawsuits, or competition lawsuits. If something happens to you, you still maintain your right to sue. It does not weaken California environmental quality laws. As a matter of fact, the California League of Cities, who is neutral on this issue, did an independent analysis of the measure and found that the opponents' claims on the environmental issues were unwarranted.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to either wrap it up, because we do have other speakers that agree with you that want to be heard.
And just want to say that over 1,000 small businesses, trade associations, and local elected officials have endorsed the initiative, including LA Chamber, Latin Business Association, Small Business Action Committee.
And we've got your handout. Thank you very much. Anybody else who's for the resolution or against the resolution before us and for the proposition, please come forward now.
My name is Linda Oken. I'm the Executive Director of Los Angeles Citizens Against Lawsuit Abuse. Thank you for having me. In my position, I work with numerous victims of the loophole in California's unfair competition law who have been shaken down for money. Many are family-owned and operated businesses. These types of family businesses cannot afford to contest these outrageous lawsuits and often have had to lay off employees or close their doors altogether. At a time when the governor of our state has made an issue of not only keeping jobs in the state, but also of bringing in new business, it would be incomprehensible to keep the loophole open to unscrupulous individuals who abuse the system. Not only does this lead to higher unemployment rates, but also to higher prices for consumers. In a study that Tillinghast did, it reported that every man, woman, and child in America pays approximately $890 in hidden taxes every year due to lawsuit and litigation costs. This initiative would preserve unfair competition while protecting California's family-owned businesses and help keep jobs in our state. For this reason, Los Angeles KELA and its supporters respectfully request that the council adopt Councilman Park's resolution in favor of Proposition 64 and help us stop shakedown lawsuits.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I am Dr. Lois Lee, founder and president of Children of the Night, and I'd like to speak to our specific victimization by 17200 claim that lasted for nearly 2 years. It practically crippled Children of the Night's fundraising efforts and forced us to operate at one-half capacity. The underlying cause of action was a wrongful termination and breach of contract that we won on summary judgment in a relatively short period of time. This was a 4-month employee who worked at $10 an hour from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Plaintiffs' counsel copied California Community Care licensing regulations and basically threw them at us and forced us to show how we were in compliance with every state regulation. They refused to use what resources were available to file complaints with community care licensing and caused us an outrageous amount of labor, time, and expense. During the deposition of the plaintiff's counsel refused to allow the plaintiff to answer what allegations or what were the wrongdoings of Children of the Night or any violations of regulations. Plaintiff did not even understand the cause of action. We did not understand what the actual complaints were, and so we were encouraged by our counsel and insurance companies not to produce any fundraising materials for a period of 2 years. Finally, we received a letter from plaintiff that asked for $250,000 of legal fees, my resignation, and the substitution of plaintiff as president of Children of the Night with a 5-year employment contract.
Let me ask you to conclude, ma'am. I want to leave a minute for any other speakers on this side of the issue.
Although the suit never reached litigation, our counsel told us that the rights of the confidentiality of our victims, of rape victims, were lesser than plaintiff's right to discovery, which means that in this lawsuit, although it was not litigated, we may have been required to provide the names, address, telephone numbers, and social security numbers of all of the child prostitutes we'd served in the last 24 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on this side of the issue?
Cheyenne Cook with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. We wish to express our support for the measure, for the initiative. The Chamber's members are mostly small members. Our basis is we just want a client that's actually had some sort of harm done to them. We're not adverse to suing, period. We urge your support for the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll read the other names into the record of folks who are here on the issue, but have not gotten an opportunity to speak today. We have had public hearing in committee. Norman Jacobson is here against the proposal before us. Tom Ross is here against the proposal. David Houston has submitted a card. Marcia Hanscom for the proposal. Nick Pacheco for the proposal. Carmen Valber for the proposal. And Moon Hansen also for the proposal. Your cards will be added to the file and to the record. I now recognize Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just make some comments, and I think that's important. Sometimes our committee reports are not as thorough as the one that's been presented today from the Rules Committee. I just ask that you look at the supporting arguments that outline the real basis of why we need this legislation. We're the only state in the union that has a loophole that allows private attorneys to sue without solidifying a class action legally through the court and then pocket the proceeds. Generally, class action lawsuits are relegated to changing some public policy or changing some business practice. That is not the intent of how this loophole is going. Basically, private attorneys have gone forward and used the very law that was put in place, and one of the more stringent laws in the United States to protect consumers. They've used that in effect to go against and harm consumers. When we look at where the California District Attorneys Association, although they've taken no position, specifically states that they, as public litigators, are responsible for public issues and not private litigators, that the district attorney and the U.S. Attorney General, are elected, evaluated by the citizenry, forbidden by law and ethics from personal scrutiny, oversight, and civil grand jury review, but this does not apply to private attorneys. We provided each member of the council a copy of a document that goes over 11 pages that identifies all of the organizations, groups, businesses that have signed on in support of Prop 64. We've also have comments from the podium as far as businesses, some of which we represent, whether they have been nail salons, barbershop, car dealerships that have all been victimized. And so this is a vote really for those who we represent, and that we close a loophole that was an oversight, and again, that we not have in the sense of being a leader in the United States of providing an ability for unscrupulous lawsuits. That we also realize that this is something that legislation should solve, but our legislator went on recess without closing the loophole in this current law. We would want to make sure that through this initiative or this proposition that the public gets to vote, that the city stands behind the 11 pages of other cities, counties, and business organizations to ensure that we send our voice that we want these lawsuits to stop. There's story after story. We've had them just in the city of Los Angeles over the last several years where individual small businesses, this is not something that aids big business. These are the small mom and pop businesses that have been victimized, in which the lawsuit is predicated not on solving a problem, but merely a revenue stream for the attorney that is asking for that lawsuit. So this proposition, very succinctly, requires attorneys to file lawsuits when they actually have a client, which is a novel idea, that they must have a client in dealing with it. They protect the rights of the consumers to sue if you've been harmed. So it does not limit that which has been stated. Allows only public officials, district attorneys, attorney generals to file lawsuits in behalf of the general public. It requires lawyers that want to represent big groups to go to court and get certification for legitimate class actions. And it does not allow trial lawyers to pocket the funds that come out of these lawsuits. And so I'd ask that we also look at the record and find that our own CLA has completed an analysis and supports that this city should support Prop 64. The one group that you will not see on the support list are trial lawyers who look at this as a windfall, and it's something that harms our day-to-day business and our citizens. It certainly does not limit anyone choosing as consumer advocates to file suits when they are legitimately a need for them. And so with that, I would ask that we review thoroughly the committee report, the material that we've given you as far as the number of organizations that have supported this proposition, and that we send a clear message. The City of Los Angeles is going to be supportive of small businesses and not allow frivolous lawsuits to continue.
Thank you. Ms. Misikowski, followed by Mr. Villaraigosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we had an interesting debate here earlier on total support for a resolution relative to our hotel workers. We had a unanimous vote on a recommendation of the proposition having to deal with stem cell research. What we have before us now is members of this council and members of our own legislative body that are recommending different things. I'm going to recommend, let me make a motion to receive and file this action and tell you why. We have Mr. Parks, who has brought in the motion to say that we should support Proposition 64, and he just gave us the reasons why. We have a committee report by Mr. Padilla and Ms. Gruhl who said oppose Prop 64. We had the CLA who recommended supporting it. So support, oppose. We have the League of California Cities, although many cities have signed up to support it. The League itself took no position. And I'm going to suggest that we could debate and try to influence different people. Some people around here may have made up their mind. But unless I think we can speak with a really clear, strong voice, saying the City of LA thinks this should be our position, that it's best at this point, on this last day, with a lot of other items before us. We can look at it again and revisit it if we feel strongly in September. Nothing will have changed. But I'm going to suggest the motion to receive and file this. If somebody wants to continue it until we come back and look at it, that's fine too. But I think the motion to receive and file, given the split, might be the best recommendation for the council.
Is there a second to that?
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Before you do, Mr. Cardenas, I just want to share with you some of the organizations that are supporting this measure. The California Alliance for Retired Americans, the California League of Conservation Voters, the California Nurses Association, California Now, the Congress of California Seniors, the Foundation of Taxpayer and Consumer Rights, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, Physicians for Social Responsibility, Communities for a Better Environment, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club of California. Now, what do all these organizations have in common, members? Look, every one of us support business in Los Angeles. We support a good business environment. We want to do as much as we can to create more business opportunities in the city of Los Angeles. But we also have to protect the consumers of the city of Los Angeles, the consumers of this state. I rise today to ask that we vote to oppose Proposition 64, and let me tell you why. Proposition 64 proposes making drastic changes to an excellent law called the Unfair Competition Act. The Unfair Competition Act was first enacted, everyone, in the 1930s. Its intent is to stop businesses from engaging in unfair practices to gain advantage over their competitors and harm the public. It is intended to protect consumers by addressing the general societal harm that results when businesses act unfairly, unethically, fraudulently, or illegally. If Proposition 64 passes, individuals and organizations will no longer be able to file cases on behalf of the public interest or the general public. Groups such as the Sierra Club, California Now, and the California Alliance for Retired Americans, which I talked about, would not be able to file these lawsuits. This would be disastrous for public interest groups and the millions of people they represent. Proposition 64's passage would mean that plaintiffs would have to show that they've been personally damaged by the offense at issue. That would be a disaster because it would eliminate the opportunity to stop bad behavior before someone gets harmed. Take the case of the supermarket that sold old meat to the public by backdating it. Should we go back 100 years to a time when we could not stop such dangerous practices such as this without first having a victim? Proposition 64's intent is to stop frivolous lawsuits, and so it says. And I know that everyone in this chamber and those listening to us today would like to do that. But this is just not the way. It guts a good law because a minority of people take advantage of it, and it is not good public policy. Prop 64 throws the baby out with the bathwater. Finally, Prop 64 would create additional costs for local government because cities like Los Angeles would have to expend scarce public resources to bring the cases currently brought by public interest groups under the Unfair Competition Act. Why would we handicap groups like the California League of Conservation Voters, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund, the California Nurses Association, the Foundation for Taxpayer and Consumer Rights from doing their job to protect us all? I urge you to support this motion to oppose Prop 64. I oppose frivolous lawsuits just like you do. I want to do something about those small minority of people who engage in frivolous lawsuits. But I know that this initiative would throw the baby out with the bathwater. It would ensure that public interest groups can't engage on behalf of the public interest those companies that are violating consumer rights, those companies that are not engaging in fair dealing. This law's been on the books since the 1930s, not 2000, the 1930s. And so I urge your aye vote and your opposition to Prop 64.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I was going to move that we continue this. I would like to continue it for 30 days when we come back, and I think there's a few council members that would like to study it a little bit more. Again, as Ms. Kowski said, we don't have this unanimous feeling like we have on some of the other initiatives and propositions, and so do I have a second for continuing it?
I got a second.
Okay, Mr. Parks is next.
I was just checking that several members of the community, did we give both sides an opportunity to speak? Because several believe that
As folks were coming up and introducing themselves, I was taking from both the for and against pile. Not everybody got a chance to speak. I acknowledge that because we ran out of time. Look, we can reopen the public hearing. That's fine.
Okay.
So offer the opportunity in September to have the limited public hearing at that time, if that's the will.
One thing I'd say, if they've been sitting here patiently, if we could get a
Please
couple
come
of them
forward.
to come up and speak that feel as though they didn't get an opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Parks.
Your name, please, ma'am?
My name is Marcia Hanscom. I'm Executive Director of the Wetlands Action Network. I'm on the Board of Directors for the National Sierra Club, and I'm now a resident of the City of Los Angeles. First time speaking here in that position. I'm here to request that you support Councilmember Villaraigosa's resolution. There are many environmental organizations up and down the state who are totally supportive of this resolution. And here's why. There are some loopholes. But just last week, Governor Schwarzenegger told our Sierra Club lobbyists that he is willing to support a change in the legislation that we've all been looking for to get through the legislature before September is over. And he would prefer, as well as the legislative people up in Sacramento, to get the loopholes fixed in this through the legislature, not through the ballot. And I think that it's very important that this body take a position today to give a strong signal to the legislature that this will happen. There are a number of examples of where environmental groups have used this law to help protect the environment. It is not just like the CLA used all of these federal laws, and often in the city of Los Angeles, you don't have federal jurisdiction. Unless it's a federal land or a federal facility, you don't have that jurisdiction. So Section 17200 provides the assurance to be able to go after polluters that we need as environmental groups. Please, like Councilmember Villaraigosa said, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and support his resolution. Thank you.
One or two more speakers.
Thank you. My name is Carmen Balber. I'm a consumer advocate with Election Watchdog. I'll be very quick, but I just wanted to point out that I think the large list of consumer, environmental, civil rights organizations that Councilmember Villaraigosa listed are all also in support of limiting frivolous lawsuits. The problem with Proposition 64 is it goes far beyond that. Proposition 64 doesn't target those unscrupulous lawyers. It targets the law that protects Californians' environment and public health. As Marcia mentioned, the governor is working with environmental activists to shape legislation to stop those kinds of loopholes without throwing out the rest of the very legitimate cases. And I would just also like to note, as I wasn't able to get this to the rest of the council, the Los Angeles Times yesterday wrote an editorial against Proposition 64 saying just that Prop 64 goes too far, that a legislative solution is a much better option. And they quoted the senior consumer protection attorney in the state, Assistant Attorney General Herschel Elkins, who says just that Prop 64 goes unbelievably far. It throws the baby out with the bathwater and is not the best thing. So we would just urge you that to note that although just about everyone can agree that limiting frivolous lawsuits is a good thing, Prop 64 goes above and beyond and would cut out of the vast majority of consumer, environmental, and civil rights protection lawsuits that public interest organizations bring, that the city would now have the burden to bring forward themselves.
Okay, one more speaker, one final speaker.
I'm Moon Hansen. I'm just a citizen from Hollywood, and I'm here today to support the resolution against Prop 64. I believe that the real prize is not the intent to eliminate frivolous lawsuits, but the real prize of this Prop 64 is to throw out all the justified lawsuits that are put into place, that consumer and consumer advocates groups file to blow the whistle on unethical business practices of corporations. And with growing concern over corporate accountability, I believe that this proposition and efforts like this by corporations build a wall between corporations and their accountability, their responsibility. I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This once again concludes public comment on this item. Mr. Parks, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Karsh to come up from the CLA's office to talk on this issue and really to address some of the concerns mentioned about consumers and whether how, if at all, this legislation impacts the consumers. Because I'm assuming you testified before the Rules and Elections Committee, and that's the substance of the material?
Yes. Did we have a vote for continuing the matter? And if we have a vote to continue, do we
I don't think it was
continue
seconded,
debate?
was it?
Say it again?
It's a motion and a second.
Okay,
If somebody wants to call the question and debate, then that would be the first vote that we take up.
Needed that, after 30 years, I need improvement every day. Thank you for that direction.
May have been.
Go ahead.
And he injured his leg. Mr. Karsh, give us an overview of the issues that were brought up, particularly as it relates to the consumer impact.
Tricia Carey with the CLA. In front of the Rules Committee, we brought up some points stating that although this measure would prohibit private attorneys from filing lawsuits on behalf of the general public, that they would be able to do so as long as they went to court to obtain a legitimate class action lawsuit. Secondly, our other point was that only California has this law in place and that environmental laws are supported and in other states across the country through various state and federal regulations. And thirdly, there was an argument brought up that should private litigants be responsible for supporting public law, or should that rest with public attorneys, district attorneys, city prosecutors, et cetera, in order to file lawsuits on behalf of the general public.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Karsh, when does the legislature come back in session?
In January.
So they will not be back in session before the November election?
No, they will be adjourning on August 31st. And that'll be it for this particular session. There'll be elections in November. There'll be a new legislature sworn in December. They'll be down to business in January.
Okay, so if we don't make a decision on this between now and November, we have no expectation of a legislative remedy before the November election?
That's correct.
Okay. Colleagues, I would just say that, I think it's important that California be a leader in many things, but not one in which we have loopholes that allows things that did not occur in any other state in the union, and that is giving attorneys the ability to go without a classification of a class action to not only not solve the problem in behalf of the community, but view this as merely a revenue stream for themselves. I think also it's clear from the CLA's analysis, the view that we do not harm the consumer protections that we're all very proud of, and that it's pretty clear from the assessment by the California DA's Association where they stand as it relates to government attorneys being responsible for addressing those government needs. And so I think we really need to look at a way that our small businesses that are clearly identified in the document that we passed out are protected from these types of frivolous lawsuits, and that we give a united voice as it relates to the city of LA and join so many other chambers and city governments and county governments throughout this state in saying we need to put a halt to frivolous lawsuits.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Our next speaker is Mr. Lavange.
I call the question for continuance.
Okay, there's a second. Is there an objection to that? We have Mr. Okay, why don't we vote on the matter then? We have motion. This is just
the vote on
We're
the
now going to
previous
vote on
question.
calling the question to see whether we continue debate or not. A yes vote means we will close debate. A no vote means we will continue. Madam Clerk, if you'll please.
A yes vote will mean to continue it to another day.
Not yet. This is just a closed debate. So this is just on calling the previous question. Again, a yes vote means we will end debate. Please open the roll for the item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 4 noes.
That
Okay,
fails.
that closes the debate.
That fails.
Oh, that fails.
10
I'm sorry, you need
votes are
10 votes for
required.
that. That's right. So we'll continue debate. Our next speaker is Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Labange, you used that for your motion, so Mr. Cardenas. So. Mr. Cardenas passes. Mr. Smith for first time to be followed by Mr. Villaraigosa.
Well, Mr. President, thank you. I was going to sit and be quiet and just vote on this, but I've heard some things I think need to be rectified. First of all, there was a comment that these laws were passed in the 1930s to protect us against the meat packers and all that. Federal law is taking care of all these kind of issues, and it's really wrong to try and mix those apples and oranges. Federal government has protected those kind of consumer issues by numerous laws since the 1930s. We don't need to worry about that. I have a situation in my district right now with a person walking up and down Topanga Canyon Boulevard threatening to sue businesses there on ADA requirements unless they're willing to settle out of court before he takes them to court. This is the kind of stuff that's just got to stop. And we're not throwing the baby out with the wash. We're taking care of a problem. Most of the consumer laws have now been taken under the federal control and protect us. We don't need most of this. That's why 200 mayors and council members around the state of California have endorsed 64. That's why the list of supporters is as long as your arm. The list of opponents are a very narrow group of people primarily supported by the Trial Lawyers Association, and they're the ones that are causing us the problems in California, not helping the problem. I support 64, and I urge you to support Mr. Park's motion and vote against the committee recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker is Mr. Villaraigosa.
I can support if members need more time to continue the matter. I certainly would support that and give us all an opportunity to kind of discuss the issue with all of the groups involved. But I can tell you, members, I do have a little more familiarity with the law than some of the people that I've just heard speak. And I can tell you this, it's just not true that the federal government has all of those rights and responsibilities that were just mentioned. The truth is, the state of California has always been one of the forward-thinking, progressive states on the issue of consumer rights. We have our own special legislation in this state, and we have every right to do that. In addition, let's be very clear, everyone here wants to do something about frivolous lawsuits. But this goes way beyond that. To certify a class action suit, if any of you have ever been involved in that, I can tell you is no easy matter. It's a very difficult proposition. One of the reasons why these public interest groups come together on behalf of plaintiffs is because they have the wherewithal. They have the resources to do that. I want to do everything, as we all do, for business in the city of Los Angeles and the state. But this thing was crafted overbroad. It was crafted in a way that just goes beyond dealing with frivolous lawsuits. If you want to do something about unscrupulous lawyers, then you should target unscrupulous lawyers. That's not what this initiative did. It took the right of consumers, the right of taxpayers to be able to go after a market that sells bad meat. Now, maybe all of you don't have those kinds of markets. I do. And that's why I believe that we have to stand up for those little guys, stand up for those consumers, and say that the laws that we have in the books to protect those consumers are good laws. If we need to do something about unscrupulous lawyers, if we need to do something about frivolous lawsuits. Let's work with the business community. Let's work with the responsible lawyers, because I don't believe every lawyer, by the way, is unscrupulous or somehow unethical. Some are, some aren't. Just like some business owners are ethical and some aren't. The idea that just because a business owner signs on the dotted line against an overbroad anti-taxpayer initiative like this does not say to me that it's the right thing to do. I'm willing to support the idea that we look at this more, that we discuss this with the parties. Maybe we can do something, hopefully, to resolve this by a middle ground. This is not a middle ground, I assure you. In the legislature, you're going to see it's going to break down in a very partisan way. In the legislature, you're going to see people stand up and say California has every right to protect the taxpayers and the consumers of this state. By opposing this, we can also work together to do something about frivolous lawsuits, to do something to ensure that people aren't abusing the law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villaraigosa. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, we have a motion to continue before us. Let us take that first. Please, is there any objection, first of all, to continuing it?
There is a motion to continue for 30 days, and that would be September 21st.
Okay.
And I believe council should take a vote on that.
Okay, let us take a vote on that then. Please open the roll on the continuation. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, we will continue that, and by then we will have some resolution, I believe, on the legislative action at the state level. Okay. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 8 was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Okay, Mr. Labange? It's been answered? All right, let's open the roll on item number 8 then. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That item is approved. Next item.
Item number 13 was called special by Councilmember Smith.
Councilmember Smith, we have item number 13 before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. What you have before you today, and I believe we have a number of speakers requesting to speak. The council passed in a couple months ago when we were out in Northridge a request to draft an ordinance with numerous items dealing with news racks, based on, first of all, what the Public Works Department had done in the commission, as well as what we were doing in committee. What you have before you today is not the ordinance. What is before you today is some technical adjustments that were made by committee and is being brought to you. There are still other elements to come forth. First, there has to be a fee structure attached, which we have not seen yet, which needs to go through Mr. Parks' committee. Then there has to be a plan proposal come through. What you have before you today are merely some technical issues, many of which were supported by the news rack industry, the newspaper industry, because they had some concerns, and we made some changes to fix some of their concerns, and some other concerns are in there that were brought through the committee. So what is before you today is really just some additional changes to the ordinance. Back when we were in Northridge, remember that we did include in the instructions to do protections for the small news companies. We wanted to make sure that we protected them, give them some ability to ask for extensions in time for financial hardship, or in the very small companies that they had some other issues. This doesn't deal with those issues. Those are still part of the draft ordinance that will come through. All you have before you today is just some technical issues dealing with location, and they were based on review made by the city attorney, who went out with the newspaper industry and did a walk around parts of town to see that there were some problems with the original draft ordinance. So what is before you today is not the complete ordinance. We will bring that back in October. What is here today are those additional changes that we felt in committee were necessary to meet the concerns that we've heard from the community, as well as the newspaper industry. So I think that's important. With that, Mr. President, do we have some cards, speaker cards on this?
I believe no, we do not on this one.
We do not? We did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think they're in the other agenda stack here. Hold on one sec.
Look again. They're there. I was going to move a
oh, here we go. We have a few of them here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cards.
Four
Mr.
cards,
Smith.
all right. Then I'd move a 10-minute public hearing
Okay.
on this matter. Thank you.
If there's no objection to that, we'll have a 5-minute? Okay, a 5-minute public hearing. We'll ask the speakers to use their judgment, 1 to 2 minutes apiece. If I can call forward at this point, Carrie Morrison, Stephen San, Jerry Marnian, and Narelle Nelson.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Carrie Morrison. I'm the executive director of the Hollywood Entertainment District and a founding member of the CLEAN Coalition, the Coalition for LA's Enforcement Applied to News Racks. We have worked so hard on this for the last 14 months. We support the tweaks, the changes that you see here today, and we ask that both Councilmember Parks and Councilmember Zine, who now will be working in the next 4 to 6 weeks on the fee and implementation and lottery issues, the implementation issues, so that when we come back to council and we have the draft ordinance and we have the actual implementation plan, we can do all this at one time. And I would ask you to try to commit to having everything ready to go for implementation January 1st, 2005. The last time we dealt with this at City Council was March 31st. We're here in August. We're very much, or was it July? It's March. One last thing I want to say, and then I want to go have my lunch. The issue on uniform color keeps coming up. You know, should it be ivy green? What's the importance? Should the entire city of Los Angeles have uniform color news racks? Absolutely. This is a vision we have for our city to bring an aesthetic quality back to our sidewalks. Whether you're in an affluent neighborhood or a less than affluent neighborhood, whether you have a BID or not, we believe the vision for our city is to bring order back to our sidewalks. I will tell you, I'm looking around this beautiful council chamber. I've been staring at you for the last 4 hours, and there's a black chair. There's 15 black chairs. Now, somebody had to make a decision about a uniform color of these chairs. Now, if Councilman Labange had his way, he probably would have picked fuchsia green. And then Janice Hahn would have picked that pink color that she's wearing. And everybody would have had something unique to them. But the point is, we wanted to bring an aesthetic order to this wonderful chamber. We have uniform black chairs. I would suggest the analogy applies to the city of Los Angeles. Let's adopt this ordinance. We're ready to rock and roll. We want to get started. Let's make 2005 the year that we bring some aesthetic quality back to our city.
Thank you. Very briefly, Stephen Sand on behalf of the Clean Coalition and the Westwood community. I completely echo the comments of Carrie Morrison in Hollywood. We've found in the last 14 months more than 120 community groups from all parts of the city that have come together. We are not paid lobbyists. We are just ordinary citizens who care about our communities, whether it's Studio City or the Harbor or Hollywood downtown and so on. And the issue of the color, we know you're being hit hard by some of the publishers' representatives, and we applaud them for their zealousness, but please don't underestimate the commitment of the community for all of the city to really look as Carrie described. We also want to know, since smaller cities like Culver City and Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, they have a uniform ordinance, and these very same newspapers conform in those cities. We don't understand why they think the people of Los Angeles are less able to find a USA Today rack like they do in Santa Monica, which is a uniform color, or why you can't find the LA Weekly like you do in Beverly Hills. We think the people of Los Angeles are plenty capable of finding the papers that they want, and so we really urge you to stay the course. I think it was a 14-0 or 13-0 vote on March 31st, and we are, as Carrie said, ready to rock and roll. We want to thank you, and we will be back here when the fee structure and the implementation phase are prepared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Marnian, and I'm with the Los Angeles Times and part of the Print Media Coalition. First of all, I'd like to say, yes, I do support these changes to be made today. We had very productive site visits with the City Attorney's Office and the Clean Coalition, where we were able to modify some of the placement restrictions, which we thought were very helpful. And we continue to look forward to having those exercises as we move forward and towards a ratification of a new ordinance. As you already heard so far today, we still have an issue with color. And it's unfair to say that the publishers haven't agree to any sort of concessions. We've agreed to a number of concessions throughout this process, including a number of news racks per place, per block face, as well as per grouping, card pan issues and other issues that deal with the size and shape of the news rack. The color issue is something that many newspapers have spent millions of dollars in developing their trademark throughout the country. It's something that they just cannot give up that readily. There are smaller communities that may have a color restriction that they've complied on, but the number of news racks in those locations is very few and minimal. I can assure you that when it comes to Los Angeles, there's a different attitude about how those publishers will treat that. So moving forward, I'd like to have that color issue revisited. I think it's something that we need to continue to look at as we move into the next phase of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Noel Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Noel Nelson. I'm the Circulation Distribution Director for the Los Angeles Daily News and also a member of the Print Media Coalition. In addition to the agreements that Mr. Marnian spoke of, we have also agreed to a reasonable permitting fee, which will allow the city to monitor and to enforce the proposed ordinance. This is something that no other major city has. No other major city, New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, has a color restriction as well. Newspapers have paid millions of dollars to develop their brand identities. Not only are we talking about newspapers being affected, but hundreds of independent contractors, their drivers, and their families would be hurt by declining newspaper sales. Literally thousands of vending machines will be pulled off the streets with the implementation of a fair and just rack ordinance. Those publishers who do not take pride in their news racks and in turn do not take pride in their community will not permit their racks and have their racks pulled off the streets. This is going to very much lower the issue of blight. There will not be nearly as many racks on the streets as you see right now. The problem of blight is not one of color. The problem is abandoned and poorly maintained news racks. We have addressed this issue with the pending ordinance. With the exception of a standardized color, the Coalition of Print Media supports the need for a new rack ordinance. We live here and we work here as well, and we have a vested interest in serving the community and being a good corporate citizen and neighbor. I urge you to reconsider the idea of a uniform color and appreciate your time and consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate everybody's testimony on this today, and we appreciate you keeping to the time. Go back to Mr. Smith. Would you like to say anything else? Or?
Thank you. As you can see, I think it was well stated that both sides have worked very closely on this. This is not something that just popped up. This has been worked on for a couple of years now. In particular, the Clean Coalition for the past year has worked diligently with the newspaper industry to find common ground. And I would say probably 85–90% of what is in this ordinance so far is stuff that was common ground. We still have a few debates to discuss at a future date when the ordinance comes back. But these, again, these items here today are really the technical issues in nature that really will move us along and allow the city attorney to come back in October with a full ordinance for you to view, taking into account all the things you said in the March meeting as well as here today and in public committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We now have Ms. Gruhl to be followed by Mr. Villaraigosa and Ms. Miskowski. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and I won't belabor the point again. I know we've been here for a while, and it seems like there's actually agreement on 99% of what's being proposed today. Fortunately or unfortunately, my district is the poster child for these news racks. On one block, we have 157 in Studio City. I'll say that again, 157 news racks on one block. Different colors, different shapes. You're right, some of them have been abandoned, you name it. It is really awful, and I'm glad the committee actually is going to use ours as the first, so I hope it is January or sooner that we can make that change. Because these businesses actually are also part of a bid. They pay a lot of money. They've offered to tax themselves to improve their sidewalks and put up trees, and yet the biggest blight is still there, that they have no control over. And this is not new. We are not the first. You know, many things we are the first, as you said, Ms. Hanna, in stem cell research, but we are not the first to try to regulate news recs. It's been done. It's acceptable. They are still able to sell newspapers. And we make our living by making sure that newspapers are accessible. So we have the same goal, but I think that they are not mutually exclusive. So I want to thank the CLEAN organization. I want to thank the Newspaper Coalition. It sounds like they've been at the table, and that I know that one of the areas that you went and visited with the City Attorney's Office was my district. And thank you, Mr. Smith, for your leadership in really kind of pushing this along, and look forward to the fee structure coming forward and to push all of our departments to make this a reality, because our communities are blighted unless we really take a strong stand and implement this as quickly as possible. And when it's implemented in Studio City, I will invite all of you to come take a walking tour when you're walking again, Mr. LeBonge, to my district and to see what a difference it can make in that neighborhood. So thank you again, and look forward to the adoption today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. Our next speaker is Mr. Villaraigosa, then Ms. Mizikowski, Mr. Parks, Mr. LeBonge, Mr. Sine.
Yes, Mr. President, members, I rise to say a few comments about, as Mr. Smith mentioned, this isn't the ordinance itself. I worked on this matter in Public Works for about a month while I was on that committee working with Mr. Smith. I can tell you that we had an opportunity to hear from all sides, and that although there was much testimony after that, I was also at the meeting in Northridge, where we had a second opportunity to address this issue. This isn't a black and white issue, but I will tell you this, because there are a few issues like that. I will tell you this. We just extolled the virtues of Jack Weiss because he worked with his community to determine what was in the best interest of that community. Many of the communities of Los Angeles have a problem with the blight that comes with these newsstands. We know that despite the fact that we've had laws on the books to limit these newsstands, they've proliferated. We also know that in fact, I think it was mentioned by Mr. Smith, that in the course of our discussion on this issue that we were going to make changes, one newspaper actually put overnight, you say thousands, I don't know how many, but a lot of newsstands, despite the fact that they knew that we were moving to limit them. I do want to say, however, and so I do stand with Councilmember Smith and some of the people who've spoken, that I think our neighborhoods have every right to make decisions about color, size, number of newsstands that we have in our communities, and I certainly am going to support any initiative toward that goal. But I do have a couple of concerns that I've mentioned last time, and I want to mention again. I want to make sure that the small weeklies, some of whom, many of whom are in the 14th Councilmanic District, but throughout the city, are being treated fairly. I know that we're making some allowances for them. I want to make sure that they are taken care of. There are some that don't have, some newspapers that don't have subscriptions. They sell their newspapers through those stands, and I want to make sure that there's some accommodation for that as well. I think this is an excellent opportunity for a win-win. I really do. I said to the newspaper publishing representatives who were here, I honestly believe that we could come together and together fashion a resolution that's good for the communities that we serve, it's good for business, like the matter before. I believe in a win-win. My entire public life is about engaging in win-wins, but I want to make sure that we don't subordinate the interest of our communities' right to determine what goes in their communities. And so I thank Councilmember Smith and all of the committee members, and I look forward to a final ordinance on this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villaraigosa. Ms. Mizikowski.
One, I want to commend Greg, too. And members, a lot of you may say, gee, we did this back in that meeting in Northridge. Why is it only back now for further modification? It's because that Councilmember Smith did work with the city attorney and Public Works, and some of the things we did, and I think even Mr. Villaraigosa mentioned one, that we had said we think we should take an action. The city attorney working with Public Works said, you know, we're not quite sure we can take that action and that it would be legal. Let's make this as uniform, as reasonable in terms of addressing all of the issues that have been brought forward, but within the constraints of the participation. I also commend the Public Works Department and the agencies, those who are both the Clean Coalition, who are looking as part of cleaning up their neighborhoods, and the newspaper community itself and its representatives, who decided after we had done our work, our action last time, to walk a couple of neighborhoods and see what the communities were talking about and understand. I mean, obviously, as Ms. Grill said, any one of our neighbors could be the pilot study area. We all know them and we all know the corners because we hear about them. But when I think everyone came together and saw this, it helped bring that consensus together. So I think the shepherding that Mr. Smith has done in helping to make this happen is going to be better in that the ordinance we will finally have as a consequence of this action and a consequence of the technical amendments and a consequence of the more critical review is going to make it a better ordinance so that when it comes, we will be able to adopt it because we'll have addressed these issues in refinement, in legal certainty, so that we will be better served and we'll be able to finally, when we have it, and hopefully we can have the city attorney, Mr. Westhoff, do this very, very quickly, because I think all the hard work has been done now in terms of what should be in here, so we can come back in early September, see the ordinance before us, and not have to send it back for other amendments or modifications because of the yeoman's hard work that was done to bring it all together beyond the concept, really listening to all sides, but I think really making an ordinance potentially a lot better than we would have had even when we had our passions at our meeting in Northridge to deal with it. So thank you, Mr. Smith, for that additional extra going a couple miles to make it better so that when it comes back we can have something to adopt quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that in looking at this, certainly I appreciate the working effort from all sides in developing this current process. I think from everyone I've talked to, there's been give and take on the size of the boxes, the location, the permitting, the number per location. There's only one small aspect in just dealing with the weekly newspapers in my district that appears to be at odds, and I think it's the 1% that we're talking about, and that is the color, is that we seem to have a disagreement that where we want a universal color citywide, we want to use the street furniture color as the universal color, and yet we have companies who spend millions of dollars and smaller papers, hundreds of thousands of dollars to create an image, a logo, and a color scheme that people can readily identify. And we're basically saying put that aside in this instance and put it in a forest green box that everybody's treated the same. The key is, it appears to me, even our street furniture account allows a palette of colors so that you can pick from. We even currently have the ability to allow bids to pick a unique color currently. It would appear to me that if we have businesses in the community that spent this kind of money to identify their logos, and particularly, as Mr. Villaraigosa said, that the issue of these small papers, these weekly papers, they often sell their papers strictly from these kinds of venues. They do not have generally a home delivery, so it's either through the U.S. mail or corner stands. They are looking for the latitude to have their image, and talking with them, their view is that it's not enough just to have the logo on the front of the box. They would like their color scheme so that they can identify clearly what their investment in their trademark and their logo, because that is the clearly identified their business and what enhances their business above others. They view themselves as being put on a playing field that is not equal, because then everyone will have the same color box, as opposed to being able to distinguish readily what paper is identified in the box. So that 1% is a issue, a stumbling block for people that I represent, 2 of our local minority papers that rely on venues on the street. They also say clearly that everyone that buys a paper is not a pedestrian. Many times people view these boxes from driving through the community, and they will only stop if they see what they identify. They're not going to get out at each corner and check every box to see if their paper's there. So I would say that I support all the things that go on, but I believe we do have to give some latitude on a palette of colors to give companies the ability to maintain their identity. Otherwise, all the millions of dollars they've invested becomes less important, and it certainly harms their business in the short and long term.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Labange, to be followed by Mr. Zine.
Mr. City Attorney, because we were talking about this earlier, I used to sell these out of a newsstand for the Herald Examiner. I'm in no violation of any ethics to talk about this, am I?
It depends what palette your outfit was.
It was, yeah, I did. It was green, if I remember the Herald Examiner, with white lettering.
I think you're safe, and there's a statute of limitations problem,
It was only
too.
10 cents. Everybody brought up very good points, but I think this is what the people of Los Angeles want to see. If I remember our discussion when they talked about comparing the big Los Angeles to other cities in the county of the other 87 cities, excuse me, and how they reflect and take care of their areas. I understand that passion, and this has worked a long time. Greg, a lot of credit to you, a lot of credit to Jan Perry, Janice Wood, our Public Works Commissioner. Chris and Lynn, will you join us at the center table here, if you would, please? And I think, Mr. Parks, you've made some very good points. I believe it goes, and correct me, 38% of the Los Angeles Times is sold at the box, and like 55 of the Daily News, and 95 for La Opinion, just to give an idea of those papers which are circulated. So all these are real important. But Mr. Westhoff, you of all people, and Lynn, I believe, both worked on this. How long?
I've been working on it for 8 years.
8 years?
Yes.
I've been working on it a little less, maybe 18 months.
Good, so we go forward with this ordinance. Some of these concerns, and I know, Mr. Parks, what they did talk about in committee is there would be some ability to put your identification on the box, not on the side, but on the box, so people could see that. Is that possible? We're trying to follow an ordinance that was held up in the Supreme Court of the United States. Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't the Supreme Court, but it was U.S. District Court in Florida upheld the right of a municipality to have a consistent color throughout the municipality, and in that ordinance it allowed for the newspapers to place their mastheads on the street side, and then obviously on the sidewalk side they have the ability to place their newspaper plus a rack card.
Rack cards too, which is there. And also, I know the Daily News is, I think, red if they're, or blue, or their boxes are
I believe they're blue.
The Times is kind of olive green. The
Times
USA
is
Today
olive
has a unique box.
Correct.
Community newspapers like Downtown News have unique boxes.
And we should be noted that our current ordinance, which has been in place since the 1970s, has a uniform color. It just has been sort of eroded over the years with the proliferation of news racks.
I remember, Mr. Worstoff, when I first started with the city, I worked summer youth program for Tom Bradley. We used to pick up abandoned news racks and throw them in the back of a trash truck. You can't do that anymore, right?
Correct.
We have to sit out on the street and they cause pollution. And people walk away from them. This ordinance is going to address that. This ordinance is not a black and white issue, Antonio. Antonio, it's not a black and white issue. It's a red, a green, a blue, an olive green. Thanks, Janice Hahn. I'll give you the credit for it. You said that. It's a multicolor issue, and I think we've got to address it by moving forward. I appreciate the publishers and what they do and trying to get news out to the community. I appreciate the local papers. But I think in working with the community, this is what they ask of us to bring forward. And I don't want to make a comparison to other 87 cities in this county, but people, when they go to other communities, say, why can't it be? I don't see LA Express when and I'm not too often in Beverly Hills, but I don't see that in Beverly Hills, or I don't see that in Pasadena or other places, and so that's some of the similarities. Lynn, thank you very much. Chris, thank you very much. Mr. Garcetti, thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Our final speaker on the queue right now is Mr. Sine.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're a business-friendly city, and we try to help business. I know that in my meetings that I've had with the newspaper representatives, all the different representatives from all the different publications, large and small, are agreeing to pay a fee, assess themselves a fee so we can hire inspectors to check the newsstands, check the facilities throughout the city. And the concern that I have in my district is the proliferation, 20, 25 news racks at certain locations. And some of the news racks are basically falling apart, but they're not by the reputable news publishers. They are what I consider fly-by-nights. And I know that it's taken a long time to get to this point with this ordinance. The issue of color seems to be a matter of great concern to the publishers because of the identity. And listening to Councilmember Parks, when you're driving down the street and you're looking for a specific newspaper, some of them have the little, and I forget the name, the display they put in the
Rack cards.
The rack cards. Others don't. And if you want a specific paper, then you're going to look for that rack card. There's another publication that has a logo, and you can see that as you're traveling down the road. The people that I've spoken to aren't that concerned about the color of the news rack. What they're concerned about is the proliferation of news racks and the volume of news racks at locations, and the news racks that have just total neglect, that they fall apart, that they sit there as eyesores in the neighborhoods. So the concern I have is that we're a business-friendly city. We want to help the businesses. Newspapers are legitimate business. We know that the internet has taken some of their business away. I, like Councilmember Lavange, maybe some of the other colleagues, delivered newspapers at one time in my life. And I know that you did too, Chris, so we all have to recuse ourselves from that. And you read a paper, so everybody has to recuse himself. But the issue is they're willing to work with us. They're willing to cooperate with us. I know this has been going through committee for a long, long time, and the only issue that I heard them bring about that there's disagreement is the issue on the color, that they want to maintain some of their identity. The fact is they're going to spend a lot of money to paint them all one color because they're not all one color now. That's going to come out of their pocket. We're going to have them pay a fee, which they're willing to do. And I understand in San Francisco, the ordinance has been held up in litigation because they filed a lawsuit. And I was told by the publishers they don't plan to do that. They plan to work with us, but that one stickler issue is stickler on the color. And I don't know how we overcome that, how we come up with something that is an agreeable situation. I know street furniture in different parts of the city is different types, different designs, different color. I don't know if the neighborhood councils want to get involved in this. I don't know if we want to have the daily news in one section of the city a different color than another section of the city, or the fact is the logos would be all identical. But they have the right to do that business. We want to be business friendly. And again, the only stickler that I have seen that they have brought to my attention is the fact they want to have more than one color on their newspaper racks. That was the only issue. Everything else they were willing to do, in addition to paying the fee that they're not unwilling to pay, will give us the opportunity to hire inspectors. Do you know of any other issues that have been brought up, Chris, regarding this?
I think that it is clear that we have made a lot of progress in trying to get people to agree. I think it would be overly optimistic to say that all of the publishers agree. I think there are certainly going to be publishers that may not be necessarily the LA Times, Daily News, USA Today, who may not like portions of this ordinance and may go out on their own and try and challenge it. I don't think that they have very strong legal grounds to do that. But I would say the gravamen of the challenge of the mainstream newspapers, the large daily publications, is certainly the color issue. And I can tell you that color is completely within the discretionary jurisdiction of this council to establish or not establish. It is something that is within your power. It currently exists in the existing ordinance. It just has not been enforced effectively over the last 20 years or so.
Wait, what was in existence?
The color. There was a uniform color. There is a uniform color called out. It's called wood grain panels, and believe it or not, the LA Times complied with that at one point, but it has eroded over time with the proliferation of news racks and the proliferation of publishers, and there is obviously a problem with enforcement.
My time's up. And the enforcement's going to be done at their expense. They're going to give us the money, they're going to pay that fee, and we're going to do enforcement, and they're going to cooperate with that. So I think their assistance, we should receive that in a positive fashion and maybe work with them, maybe not every color in the rainbow, but more than one, I think, would be appropriate to satisfy them, since we don't want to be an anti-business environment when it comes to newspaper business. My time is up. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, we have 4 more speakers that have jumped onto the queue. We do need to send some things immediately forthwith, so I'm going to ask us to hold this on the table if there's not an objection to recess this meeting, go back to the normal meeting. We have to take a vote on the suspension. These are 3 items that the mayor needs to sign by about 2:15, so we're going to send those 3. If there's not an objection, we'll come back to the exact same order, which is Ludlow, Labange, Smith, and Parks. This should just take a minute. Okay? If there's no objection, if we can recess this meeting, go back to the normal meeting, and take a vote on suspending the rules to be able to send extra forthwith, which means in the midst of the meeting, the items that are all going forthwith at the end of the meeting. So if we can open the roll on the...
And that would be items 12, 19, and 25.
12, 19, and 25 of the regular agenda to be sent immediately. Okay? Please open the roll. Oh, sorry, Mr. Parks, did you have a comment on that?
Before you do that, we have just a technical amendment for 15, we directed money in the wrong account.
Okay, it's not before us, but we'll make sure we get to 15 in just a second. If we can open the roll on suspending rules for that, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, then we will send 12, 19, and 25 from the regular agenda immediately over for signature. We're going to come back to this item, Mr. Parks. That'll be the first thing when we finish the item. So if we can recess now the regular meeting, go back to the special meeting again, and continue the item that we were on. And Mr. Ludlow is our next speaker.
Call the question.
Okay. Mr. Ludlow calls the question. We had Mr. Labange, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Parks on the queue. Why don't we open the roll on that? Please open the roll on the question, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, that does close debate. We now have the item before us. Please open the roll on the item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved. Okay. That's an ordinance, though, so we'll carry over? No, it will not. Okay. No ordinance, it was just an instruction, so that is approved today. Thank you very much. Mr. Parks had a request to go back to the special meeting, the regular meeting, and take up item 41, but before that you had an amendment on item 15. Why don't we take 41 up first, and then when we come back to 15, we'll do?
Very good.
That's 15 on the special agenda, is that correct, Mr. Parks?
No, 15 on the regular.
On the regular, okay. So let's recess the special meeting. We will now go back to the regular agenda meeting, and Mr. Parks, you want to take 41 before that?
Yes, 41.
Okay. We'll take 41, and we do have 4 public speaker cards on that, Mr. Parks, just to let you know if you'd like to.
If we could have the public comment
Okay.
first.
All right, if there's no objection, I'd like to call forward Charles Quarles, Matthew Hafey, Anthony Michael Mahern, and Rhonda Trotter. If you'd like to please step up to the microphone, and we'll take your public comment at this time, beginning with Mr. Quarles. Please.
Okay, my name is Chuck Quarles. I'm president of the Bedford Group. We are the developers on the project. Just to be brief, I'd like to say that, this is a site located in Baldwin Hills. It's never been developed. And we're making the effort for the first time in 30 years to bring market rate housing to the Baldwin Hills community. We're looking to develop 172 units consisting of 72 condominiums and 102 apartments. We've already spent 6 years attempting to get this project developed. We've gotten the approval of CRA because it's located in the redevelopment agency. We've gotten the support of the mayor's office, the councilman's office, the local CAC. We have approximately, even though there is some opposition today, we have approximately 1,000 supporters from the community. And I would just ask that you support what is clearly a need in the community, and that's for additional market rate housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hafey?
Good afternoon. I represent the Parkview Manor Lockland Homeowners Association, which is located directly to the northwest of the property in question. The association urges the City Council to focus on the legal arguments starting at page 5 of the amendment to the Master Appeal Form. Specifically, to obtain the variance at issue, all 5 of the legally mandated findings set forth in Section 12.27 of the Municipal Code must be met. There was no evidence presented before the AZA to sustain the applicant's burden. In particular, the AZA found that it had no information regarding the financial calculations or fiscal viability of the project as it relates to density or height. Public review of the economic formulas used by the appellant to support the 3.13 FAR would have been welcomed by the AZA. Assertions that density FAR, which doubles the code limitation, is necessary to make this project pencil out was not accompanied by quantitative analysis and explanation. The proposed use would be materially detrimental to the neighborhood in that, as staff observed, and no one has refuted, it is visually jolting to observe the lower density of adjacent properties suddenly being interrupted by up to 90 feet in height buildings. Finally, the conclusion of the Plum Committee in this matter that the parcel in question would have supported 254 units by right is in error. As staff pointed out, if residential use is allowed on a site in the C zone, R4 density of 1 unit per 400 square feet must be observed. However, as staff has also pointed out, the Los Angeles Municipal Code requires that residential uses in commercial zones to adhere to residential setback requirements as well as the floor area ratio limitations on building bulk. Council must not lose sight of the fact that the site is not being rezoned as R4. The developer is merely seeking a variance from the FAR requirement for the C zone contained in the Los Angeles Municipal Code. 12.21.1A1 is the section to look at. The developer has simply not met its burden to prove that financial considerations serve as a practical hardship in order to obtain such a variance, and the association urges the council to sustain the appeal. We urge you to table this matter and take a look at the appeal form, take a look at the legal arguments, and carefully consider what the council is doing in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Anthony Michael Mahern here? If not, please, Ms. Trotter.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhonda Trotter. I'm the secretary of the Baldwin Hills Estates Homeowners Association. I'm also representing myself as an individual appellant. We find ourselves here because the Area Planning Commission overturned the decision of the zoning administrator who denied the variance request. And instead, the Area Planning Commission issued a decision that will result in an overly dense residential complex in our community. Variances from the density restrictions of the municipal code are designed to give an applicant parity with surrounding property owners. That is, to make sure that the applicant is not in a worse position than its neighbors because of some special circumstances affecting the applicant's property. No special circumstances exist here. In fact, the granting of this variance will put the developer in a superior position to its neighbors. During the 9 years that the developer has owned and been proposing some form of this project at this site, at no time has the developer sought a zoning change to R4. Why? Because the residential zones that share the property lines with the developer's property are zoned RD 1.5, thereby limiting the density to the same that is required under the code for the developer's property. We're not talking about parity here. We're talking about giving this applicant a special privilege that is expressly forbidden by the municipal code. We welcome the developer to come forward with a single piece of evidence supporting the position that this project cannot be done within the confines of the current Florida area ratio restrictions of the code. In the absence of that, the law mandates that the FAR variance request be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trotter. Mr. Parks.
I'd like to ask city staff to come in and discuss those issues that were brought up at the committee and respond to those comments about the various issues of density and how the Plum Committee came to its conclusion.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Lynn Harper. I'm with the City Planning Department in the Division of Land and the Parcel Maps Unit. The issue before you regarding this appeal, as the previous speakers have indicated, comes to you through a second-level appeal process. The Parcel Map Unit approved a parcel map to divide a C2 PB 2.3-acre site into two parcels, one parcel to be developed with 70 condominiums and a second parcel to be developed with apartments. Both the parcel map approval and the accompanying incidental case denying the zone variance to allow an increase in the FAR on the C2 zone were appealed to the Area Planning Commission. The Area Planning Commission sustained the parcel map, so that is not before you today in appeal, but the members of the three different entities in the community appealed the Area Planning Commission's approval of the zone variance to allow a modified FAR, not the original FAR that was submitted by the applicant, but a slightly lower FAR of 2.02. At the Plum Committee, when they heard this appeal, they did modify the they made modifications to the findings that the Area Planning Commission had made, and the thrust of their modification of the findings was the Plum Committee's observation that the issue was not just the economic issues, but also the fact that there had been 9 years of planning by the Community Redevelopment Agency, and that there were multiple documents dating back to the year 2000 and before, in which this site was specifically mentioned as a residential use. The number of units mentioned on this site in the CRA documents were up to 200 units, and that given the unique position of the property, that they are obligated to listen to observe the Community Redevelopment Agency's policies. The fact that the site is next to a regional shopping center and a regional bus line, and that the general plan encourages mixed-use projects. The Plum Committee chose to modify the findings to stress more strongly these reasons for denying the appeal.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd ask bring your attention to a document the developer has passed out that gives you some visual of what this project will look like. Just to give you some idea of this has been a project that's been ongoing for a number of years. It's going to be built in a vacant lot that's been vacant for over 40 years. It is being built between two large commercial buildings, which does not negatively impact the issue of the view of the community. It is being built right next to Baldwin Hills Shopping Center that is thriving as new businesses come in, and cat-a-corner to the Leimert Park, the Marlton Square Shopping Center that will be developed over the next several years. But when we look at this project, what we find is that the developer has been out in the community over the last 4 years, has had numerous meetings. This project was approved by the local CAC, one of the most active in the city of LA, 17 members of the community that takes a very active interest with CRA as it relates to their concerns. We're asking for a variance of the FAR because by right, they could build with a 35% density bonus, a project that would go 2.03. This project is 2.3. It's market rate. It's one of the first market rate in 15 years. With that comes the added benefit of Quimby funds that will help us develop two of our adjoining parks. Also, developers' input in the art fund will also enhance this project. We also have to realize that in looking at the area in general, it has been the Baldwin Hills area, the commercial aspect, the residential area, that we are inundated and been overburdened with affordable housing. This provides ability for this community to bring in market rate luxury apartments and condominiums. It also gives us an opportunity to fall right in line with the development of the Marlton Square, where 140 single-family market rate units will be built soon. Also 180 condominiums that are just in the immediate area. And when we look at this particular area, we have to realize that there are no city funds involved in this as far as a subsidy. Also, that the developer voluntarily removed an entire floor of the project after listening to the community's concerns about height, and has reduced it to where it is more than appropriate for this area. We'd ask that this plum report that's before you be approved so that we can go forward on this project. It will be a major improvement for the area. And again, I mentioned 40 years of a vacant lot that we're now going to put in a first-class market rate building. When we hear about traffic, this project has been looked at. The city resources said that by the size and the expected density, it did not even require a traffic study. So the issues that we're looking at is an enhancement to the community, the added benefit of funds coming in to enhance other parts of the community, and allowing a developer without city subsidy go forward on a project that's been in place, work with the community well over the last 4 to 5 years, been in every concerned community group to go forward to cause this project to move forward and support the Plum report. And I ask that I vote on the Plum report today.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 42 was called special for cards from the public.
And we do have a speaker card from Susan Chang, if you're still with us. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, President. With my trust, I come into here for hearing, and this is my second time for a hearing. And I'd like to know is, I have been receiving a mail post on August 14. Actually, the hearing was appear on August 11. I don't know how that being sent in the past day on that. So I would really like to say that for the process, it's been a little bit rough, and a lot of residents in the area did not being proper noticed by. And for this property, actually, we have been, I have been quoted on the initial study and the checklist from the city, and they have been marked out this 23 unit they need for 58 of parking space. And then I pulled out from the parking permit they issue is only for 46 of parking. They are showed for 12 parking space. And where they coming from? And in the area now, I have 50 people, and actually previously I talked to the people door by door. They have been complaining about the parking and also the trash can, that they do not have a space to put on their front door. So the parking issue has been a very difficult issue for the area already. And we don't know, their request is to vacate the easement by the city for the northwest 58 feet of lots. That's a slope easement. And this is, as far as I understand, this is a property is belong to the city easement. And I just have a question that how come this city already know the parking situation is very rough in the area, how they get to the personal and the private property is not going to the public parking. For that issue, I really don't understand. And instead of favor to this already crowd, and they get a maximum 23 unit condo, actually exceeds the zone variant for 800 square feet per unit. You know, this is something that I don't understand. And also today, a lot of our neighbor, they couldn't be here, and I asked him to write a letter, which is have 5 letters come with me, and I have been requested to read it and for their opinion, because I just gave them show notice, and they couldn't be here.
Okay.
And I have been submit the letter, and someone's just saying that they could read it for me.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. If you submitted a letter, we'll have the sergeants take that and circulate copies to the members. This concludes public comment on item 42. Let me recognize Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Chang, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for being here through a very long council meeting. I know it's a burden on you. And you've already met earlier today with a member of my staff. Other folks in my office have worked with people who live, I think, much closer to the project on Bentley than I believe you do, and they've talked with folks in the community. And I'm informed that the folks who live closer to the project are actually supportive of it, and I understand your concerns, and I'm sorry that you still have them when you have people who live closer who don't feel the same way, and my staff has worked with them and talked with them throughout the process. I feel it's appropriate for me to move to deny the appeal that's been presented. I do respect you for coming in and do appreciate everything you've done to bring your concerns to our attention. My office will keep working with you as the matter proceeds to try to see make sure that anything we possibly can do to address your concerns is done. So thank you for coming in, and that's my motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there a second? Mr. Zine seconds. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, Mr. Weiss's motion is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 44 was called special by Councilmember Cardenas, and there is a substitute motion that has been distributed to the council members.
Mr. Cardenas.
The substitute motion has been passed out, and it's basically deleting some of the conditions. It's done on behalf of Councilmember Reyes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the substitute, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 50 was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a item in which represents a tribute to somebody that we've all had a personal relationship. Pastor Cecil Murray will be retiring from fame in September of this year after, I believe, almost 30 years as being the pastor. And what we're going to be doing is a variety of tributes, and we hope you mark your calendar for September the 15th at 10 a.m. He'll be at City Council, but prior to that, we'll have a program for him in the Rotunda. A reception will follow in the Rotunda, but that's something that we should put on our calendars. He'll be here with a large contingent of his congregation. But what the item today is, what we're going to do is try to commemorate his 28 to 30 years of service at that church. And if you're familiar with the area, the large street area in front of the church, we're going to call that Cecil Murray Circle. And so that will have signs without changing necessarily the street names, but we'll have some area that's designated specifically for him. And so that's what the item is today, dealing with the street name. But we also would like to make sure you're aware of the September the 15th date that we'll be honoring him at City Council.
Great. Other members wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 60 called special by Councilmember Parks, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed.
Mr. Parks.
Yes, I'd like to ask city staff, this is an item that was discussed at Budget and Finance recently that certainly has a negative impact on our upcoming year's budget, and just ask Bill to explain to us exactly where we are and how this may have occurred.
So late afternoon, we'll try and keep our comments brief. With me,
Joining me at the table is Ray Serrana from our office, but also Robert Aguayo, the head of our LACERS, our retirement system, and Sally Choi, formerly of the CAO, but now went to LACERS. What was briefly reported, and we did send out a report on this item, is an error that was discovered that was caused by the retirement systems actuary, which resulted in a contribution deficiency to the city's civilian retirement program. This was an error that was identified by our LACER staff. I want to make sure I emphasize that. And that was through a validation process, was discovered by our LACER staff and then subsequently provided to our office. And today we're reporting to you basically what happened. And attached to our report is a timeline when this information was first discovered, but there's also some recommendations that addresses how we will handle this particular issue, and then what actions that can be taken on a go-forward basis. And these actions in large part are already in place by LACERS to prevent a reoccurrence. But basically, as a consequence of the error made by the contract actuarial, our contribution to the retirement system was approximately $30 million short for fiscal year 3-4, and then another $13.4 million short for the current fiscal year. We intend to address this through a payment structure once we reach agreement with LACERS over an extended period of time. We've recommended a 15-year period, but right now we're in the process of negotiating the terms for that repayment process. For our office, because we're responsible for fully disclosing the city's financial status whenever we sell bonds and any other major financial transactions, the disclosure of this information was very, very critical. And the timing of when that information came to our respective officers is part of that disclosure process. In the past week or so, since we've heard about this problem, we've been meeting with our bond counsel and our financial advisors to address how to determine how this issue will impact our financial standing, and with that, the disclosure requirements. In our report, we state that our financial advisor and our bond counsel has stated that although this is a serious matter that needs to be corrected on a go-forward basis, in context with the city's overall budget, it's not large enough to constitute a material defect or problem, which would, as a consequence, it's not going to have a negative impact on our bond rating or even our bond disclosure documents. It's still important, though, that we work with LACERS to ensure that on a future basis this doesn't happen, because, as you know, to plan for the financial needs of the city, we have to be able to accurately identify what our financial obligations are, from everything, from revenue to expenditures. Then I have Robert would like to make some comments.
Thank you. Robert Aguayo, General Manager, LACERS. As Bill indicated, we found this problem and worked on it seriously between the months of January and March and April. We brought in an external audit firm. We brought in our financial audit consultant as well to opine on this type of error. It's a very serious error. The LACERS board recognizes it, and staff, as a fiduciary mandate, have every obligation and duty to correct it. We took about 2 months to understand this, and then ultimately felt comfortable in terms of the complexities of the actuarial issues as well as the dollar impact, and then started to work with the CAO's office, then ultimately reported it to our board for proper notification to the city. At this point, I can say our board is open to discussing some flexibility in how this gets paid. Going forward, we've taken corrective actions. We have hired a new actuarial consultant. We've also made sure that the new consultant will be looking at the previous audit work so that we can basically feel more comfortable that the error and the magnitude of the dollars is accurate. So going forward, we think we've built in some good processes. At the same time, I will say we have also contacted the city attorney's office so that this matter can be reviewed properly for any potential legal remedy. That concludes my comments.
Bill, let me ask you,
Mr. Parks.
in addition to the 43 million, we're sure, what did we already pay in those 2 fiscal years as far as our city's commitment?
It's $214 million in the current year, and so the actual total should have been 227 for the current
We
year.
already paid 214, should have been 227. Now, what about the previous year? Because that was when we were about 30 million short.
Yes, the previous year with the payment was about 121 million, so it would add another 30, get it close to 150.
So that would be close, to, if I'm math, about almost between $300 and $400 million for those 2 years.
True.
Okay. And so it is our sense that in looking at how the study was done, that the formulas were misapplied, material wasn't looked at? Was it just a poor audit? Is it something that we expected a better product based on years in the past, or just how did we get to this point?
If I may answer that, this was a quality control problem. Most actuarial consultants have an internal quality control where they test their assumptions and methodologies. This particular firm did not have that. We did not feel comfortable, and we went ahead and internally, through staff reviewing the report, found some errors. That led to at least us bringing in Deloitte Touche in December and then having them look at the last 4 years. And then we brought in Ernst & Young to advise us on the financial impact, and that was in May. So it was actuarial methodology errors.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd ask that on this item that was here for information, that based on our motion 60A, that we return this entire item back to Budget and Finance, and when we come back, we'll have an appropriate guidelines on how this will be solved and give all of the information on how this problem has been corrected, which gives you a more complete picture. So that's what I'd ask, that we approve 60A.
Mr. Cardenas.
On the effects on the general fund budget as we speak today, what are we looking at in the near future? Based on the opportunity that, say, the proposal we put forward to recoup this to the pension fund over the next 15 years, I think you mentioned?
If we reach agreement, and currently we're negotiating with LACES over an appropriate payment schedule, but if we should reach agreement on a 15-year repayment process, the impact to the general fund is fairly minimal. It's about $3 million more to our contribution to the retirement plan. Now, I'm not downplaying that, because $3 million, we know what that would buy in terms of supporting programs and other city services. This is an obligation that the actual report was in error. We do owe the retirement fund this money, and we will work with the LACERS to come up with a schedule that would minimize the impact, but still meet our financial obligations.
Is the organization who made this error, are they doing other work for the city at this time, and are we taking a closer look at the work that they're doing for us?
Yes, we are. They're also, they were also the actuary for the fire and police pension program. We've contacted the general manager of that particular program, Gary Manley, and we've asked, and he's agreed to have that information also reviewed and validated. The one major difference is that we don't expect any problems on the fire and police side because of the funding status. They're more than 100% funded right now. But we're still going to validate their information. And as Robert stated, we're working with CONSO to determine what legal recourse, what legal options we have, because this is obviously an error caused by someone we have a contract with.
So right now, my next question was going to be something you just touched on, which is what might be some of our legal recourse, if any. You know, is this the kind of thing that falls into error and emissions insurance, or what category might it fall into?
And you've touched on one of the right categories. There's one thing we're a little bit hesitant to do is to get into too much detail in open session. We do wanted to tell your council it's our intent to pursue every possible legal remedy to address this issue because it has put a burden on both systems.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I supported going back to committee for further review and report and make sure that we get the information early. Thank you.
Ms. Mizikowski.
Thank you. Just briefly, I appreciate what Mr. Cardenas was asking. And one, congratulations to LACER staff. When we first heard about this, it was in committee, it was rather horrible to hear that our retirement system had suffered potentially a $30 million hole. And the first implication was the general fund might have to be the thing to plug it. That still could be, but I think by the way of the motion that Mr. Parks has brought in, and allowing potentially actuarially and through our auditors the ability of LACERs to make up the difference over time, incrementally but realistically and fairly, is a lot easier to understand. And I also think that the reforms that have now been put into place to make sure that something like this doesn't happen, and that, I mean, when I learned and heard that our retirement system had its outside actuarial consultants and working with us, but we did not audit it again outside just to verify and know what was going on, and that now put in place is every 3 years it will be audited. That is just a tremendously good step forward. Obviously there's no harm to any retiree, there's no problem in terms of the system paying out what it needs to. It's just really looking at the long term and making sure that it is better accounted for, better managed, and that those we depend on who are outside experts really have an additional outside expert checking on that work as well. So I appreciate it. I am happy to support the measure that I think LACER is helping to forward with the CAO that will go back to committee so we can vet it out a little bit better and have a good action going forward.
Other members wishing to be heard? If not, then we have item 60 as amended by Mr. Parks. He requested this matter be referred back to his committee, and that will be the order without objection.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 62 was called special for cards from the public.
And the speaker card we have on this item is from Ms. Sylvia Lynn Hawkins. I don't think she's still with us. So if she's no longer here, are there members of the council wishing to be heard on item 62? Seeing none, let's open the roll on item 62, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And are the remaining items in the regular agenda only the closed session items, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, there's two special motions, and I believe Mr. Parks was going to reconsider one of the items, and then there's the various housekeeping issues.
Well, let's attend to the special meeting agenda first. So let's recess once again the regular meeting agenda, return to the special meeting, and take up the balance of the items. Next item on the desk.
The next item on the special meeting agenda was item number 15, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Now, wait a minute. Mr. Labange called 3 items special and said it wouldn't take more than 3 minutes. Item 15, done. 25.
Yeah, and 15, I want to thank Glenn Dake from Mr. Garcetti's office for his great work. This is an area that was in Mr. Garcetti's district, but in redistricting, it transferred to mine, and he stuck with it. Thank you, Glenn Dake, and thank you, my staff. Thank you, Eric.
Anything further on item 15 of the special agenda? Mr. Garcetti.
Just very briefly, thank you very much, Tom, for that, and it's a pleasure to be able to share the lake together in redistricting. I figure it would double the power of the Silver Lake residents around the reservoir, and indeed it has. And Dario Fromer, who helped get a lot of funding for the lake, deserves a lot of credit as well. And it's been a while since there was a fatality, but 2 fatalities in past decades around the jogging path there. This will finally take it off the street and put it up there right next to the reservoir. And Glenn Dake has done an extraordinary job. I want to thank your staff as well, Councilmember Labange and the city departments, DWP especially, and street services who have been involved. And all the community members, Silver Lake Improvement Association, Silver Lake Residents Association, and the Neighborhood Council, who turned people out to actually vote on their favorite paths, trees, everything else. It was a great exercise in democracy, and we're finally changing life for the residents right around Silver Lake Reservoir, and we invite everybody come see it later this fall, or probably beginning of winter when we're finished. Thanks. And Jeannie Chang, too.
Okay. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 25, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Okay. Anything further on item 25? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
DOT, and thank you, Antonio, for your work on this, too, the Watch the Road campaign out of your committee. Thank you, DOT.
Next item.
And 26 was also called special by Councilmember Labange.
Anything further on item 26? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
And that concludes the special meeting agenda.
Okay, so let's now adjourn the special meeting and return for a final time to the regular meeting agenda. And colleagues, we do have two special motions that have been introduced under the regular meeting. Madam Clerk.
The first one is a motion presented by Councilmember Cardenas, seconded by Councilmember Padilla, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. The matter concerning council's waiver of Charter Section 245 jurisdiction regarding the August 17th Board of Water and Power Commissioners action regarding settlement of litigation in Golden Eagle Insurance versus DWP originally was scheduled for council's regular meeting this coming Friday. Since the posting of today's agenda, the Friday meeting has been canceled, and council rules prohibit placing this matter on a special meeting agenda. Immediate action is required in this matter to finalize this action before the council recess so that the settlement may be finalized before the next court date in September.
Members wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
On the motion itself, Mr. Cardenas?
I just wanted to comment that I've reviewed this, and due to the timing issue, what we're asking of the council is to concur with the Board of Commissioners at the Department of Water and Power.
Okay. There's nothing further. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith, please. Next item.
Next item is Special 2, and that's a motion presented by Councilmember Zine and seconded by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a similar situation as the last one. This resolution supporting AB 1798 was introduced and distributed to the media last Friday as a Rule 16 motion. Since the posting of today's agenda, the August 20th council meeting has been canceled. Council rules prohibit the placing of a Rule 16 motion on a special meeting agenda. Immediate action is required to assert the city's position before the legislature recesses August 31st, 2004.
Members wishing to be heard on the findings? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Findings are approved. Members wishing to be heard on the motion itself? Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. This deals with the San Fernando Valley Orange Line that has been held in a state of mass disaster, shall we say. The 13-mile route from the West Valley to North Hollywood, the court imposed a restriction halting all construction, causing great chaos to the corridor on the east-west line, the San Fernando Valley Metro Orange Line. So Assembly Member Lloyd Levine, who was in this chamber last week, spoke on this Assembly Bill 1798 regarding the appropriate action he wants to take up in Sacramento, and we're asking that we would support that so we can resume construction and get this line back in progress. It's supposed to open in 2005, and the way we're going, it's going to be a lot longer than that. Great inconvenience to the people of the San Fernando Valley, many council districts involved, so we would ask that we would support AB 1798 by Assembly Member Levine and bring that forthwith, since the state legislature is going to be recessed at the end of this month. And if we don't do that, we're not helping our assemblymen, trying to help the people of San Fernando Valley who are trying to get transportation improvements to the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Are there members wishing to be heard on the motion itself? Special 2? Seeing none, let's open the roll on Special 2, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved, and that too goes forthwith. Next item.
Mr. President, I believe Mr. Parks wished to reconsider item number 15, and there was just a technical amendment to change recommendation number 2.
Okay, Mr. Parks moves reconsideration of item 15. Let's open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Item 15 is reconsidered. Back before us. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just would like to change technical amendment number 2 instruction should be to GSD versus DBS. That's it.
Okay. And for the folks watching from home, what the heck does that mean?
General Services Department, and I have no idea what DBS is. That's
Department of Building and Safety.
That's why we're changing it, because we didn't know what it was.
Okay, I think we can accept that without objection. Let's open the roll once again on the item as corrected, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Mr. President, do you wish to clear the desk before going into closed session?
Let's do housekeeping.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
There is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Wednesday, October 13th, to leave at 11 a.m. for city business that meets council policy.
Ms. Perry is excused.
And that clears the desk for closed session.
Okay, before we go into closed session, Mr. City Attorney for an announcement.
For the record, Mr. Parks will be recusing himself from items number 64, 65, and 66 in closed session because he was named as a defendant in those matters.
Okay, so Mr. Parks will not be part of closed session deliberation on those items, nor the votes, nor the outcome. Anything further before going into closed session? If not, then in conformance with California law, the council will now adjourn into closed session. Sergeants, please clear the chambers. Welcome back into open session. Madam Clerk, next item before us, please.
First item before council is item number 64, and that settlement in the case of Menendez versus City of Los Angeles in the amount of $475.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith, please. Next item.
Next item is item number 65, settlement in the case of Fernandez versus City of Los Angeles in the amount of $105,000.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
And item number 66, settlement in the amount of $800,000 in the case of Adams versus City of LA et al., and that's, in the amount of $800,000.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That goes forthwith as well. All items approved today are going forthwith. Those were the three items that Mr. Parks was recused on. We can now ask Mr. Parks to rejoin us for the balance of the items. Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 67, and that is settlement in the case of Logan versus City of Los Angeles in the amount of $170,000.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 68 is a settlement, and that is regarding Bennett versus City of Los Angeles and William Bratton, and that's regarding removing a reprimand and each party bearing its own costs and fees.
Please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
If I could just add also,
Mr. City Attorney.
the written finding of the Use of Force Review Board will remain in Officer Bennett's team's report.
Next item.
Item number 69 is settlement in the case of Ernie Madrigal and Patrick Strutman versus City of Los Angeles in the amount of $1,500,000.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
And that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Great. It is 10 after 3 p.m., and this is the end of our agenda. Colleagues, do we have any announcements today? beginning with just a reminder that the council will not be in session this Friday morning at 10 o'clock. The council will stand in recess in order for council members to be able to attend the funeral services for our fallen firefighter. And also that will lead into the annual August recess for the council. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, September 7th at 10 a.m. here in council chambers. After today's adjournment, the council will stand in recess until that time. Do we have any other announcements? Mr. Labange.
Thank you, members. Along that, ironically, tomorrow we're breaking ground, which all of you are invited and the public is invited to the Firefighters Memorial at 2 p.m. at historic Fire Station Old 27s at 1327 North Cahuenga in Hollywood. Ironically, we will then follow, as Mr. Zine will lead us at the vigil at Fire Station 73 in Reseda for firefighter Foster. And then, as you mentioned, Alex, the funeral on Friday at 10 a.m. at the Cathedral, which I hope all the public comes to and joins with all the city of Los Angeles in the celebration of her life and the tragedy that took her life, but the greatness of who Jamie Foster was. I just want to invite everybody to the Los Angeles City Fire Historic Museum for the groundbreaking tomorrow, as planned, of our memorial for all fallen firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We will see you there tomorrow. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to congratulate Cindy Misikowski on being very prescient on the time that we would end. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Garcetti, I could still talk for a while because I think your chief deputy lives in my district.
If we finish
I'm coming up in a couple years, and I want to.
If we finish before 3:26, Cindy Misikowski has won, and if not, Lisa Gritzner has.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things, colleagues. I want to invite the public out to the grand reopening of E.G. Roberts Pool. It'll be this Friday at 12 o'clock right there at Pico and West Boulevard. Many, many years in the waiting, and we're very excited about that. I want to congratulate Department of General Services and Department of Rec and Parks. We'll be out there having a great time at 12 o'clock on Friday. Also on Saturday, I want to invite all of you, the colleagues in particular, and the public to the Pick Fair Village Street Festival, which will be all day Saturday at Airdrum and Spalding, all the way over to Airdrum and Genesee. And it should be a great fun. It's one of the largest street festivals in my district, and done a great job. Then finally, on Monday, very excited, at 11 o'clock, we're going to have the groundbreaking of the Midtown Shopping Plaza at Pico and San Vicente. 9 to 10 years waiting on this project, and I want to thank all of you, the council, for your support and diligence on this. It's going to be a great site with a new Home Depot and many other services coming. So that's on Monday at 11 o'clock. And last but not least, I wasn't here to take part in it. I'm just hoping that we'll all get a chance to put that great trophy on our desks, because some of us were out there sweating and fighting to win that trophy with the council offices, beating the mayor's office in softball this weekend. So, thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Other announcements, colleagues? Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one announcement. 8th and 9th District, we're hosting a town hall meeting at Crenshaw Christian Center, 7901 South Vermont, 9:30 to 11:30 Saturday, August the 21st, addressing airport noise and environmental issues. And we'll have representatives from the airport and also airport commissioners present.
Final announcements. Mr. Cardenas.
I'd just like to thank my staff and the National Bone Marrow Registry. We reached our goal so far of registering 500 new registrants in the bone marrow program, specifically targeting the Latino community this last weekend, and we're going to continue to do so and hopefully reach the 1,000 mark and beyond.
Great work. Mr. Labange.
I just wanted to say, too, there's a great program this Saturday at the Greek Theater, celebrating its 75th anniversary. They're going to have a sing-along on The Wizard of Oz, and we hope Dorothy and Toto come out and join in that great classic, that 1939 classic, as there is no place like home, and there's no place like home in Los Angeles. like the beautiful Greek theater in Griffith Park.
Give us a little preview, Mr. Labange.
Skies are blue.
Very good, Ms. Hahn. And I will say, it's a classic movie, and it's fun to sing along.
Jan, take
Mr.
two of
Garcetti.
these and call us in the morning.
Thank you, and we look forward to Mr. Labange being dressed up as a
I'd
munchkin.
like to call the question.
I wanted to make one other quick announcement, which was...
That's one thing I'm not, Eric. I mean, I can make a bad leg, but I'm no munchkin, so...
All right. I wanted to just give my personal thanks.
Munchkins used to live in your district at the Harvey Hotel at Santa Monica and Wilton. And Bernard will remember that as early days as a police officer. They all lived there in Hollywood, right there at the Harvey Hotel.
18 inches from the curb.
Never go up against the 30-year veteran on LA Trivia. I just wanted to give my personal thanks and congratulations to both Sam Siegel, who was with us today, and Helen Leung, who were both council aides, interns from Brandeis and Penn, but LA natives respectively. Want to thank them for a great summer of wonderful work and look forward to welcoming you back to LA.
We'll do that right after council.
Thank you. And Mr. Zine? No? Other announcements? Then I'll have the last announcement here for the residents of Mission Hills. We have a special guest tonight joining us for a community meeting at Fire Station on Mission 75 in Mission Hills on San Fernando Mission Boulevard, just off of Sepulveda, is none other than Fire Chief William Bamatri. So members of the Mission Hills community, the surrounding community, come here from your fire chief, come with questions at 7 p.m. at Fire Station 75 right on Mission Boulevard. And with that, we now go to Mr. Ludlow for an announcement?
No.
Okay, we now go to adjourning motions. Please rise.
Yeah, right.
Adjourning tributes, Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Diamond LaPree Rogers. She was 25 years old and a proud mother of 3 children, Detrell 8, Desmond 4, and baby Diamond 2. Her father is T. Rogers of University Sidewalk. Many of you have met T. Rogers at other points. He's been very instrumental in helping us with our Summer of Success program and has been just literally a legend in Baldwin Village in South Los Angeles in his efforts to try to get young men out of gangs. His daughter, LaPree, enjoyed shopping, buying shoes, writing poetry, traveling, and spending time with her kids. Although battling with sickle cell anemia, she lived and enjoyed her life to the fullest. She was a humble and very spiritual person who loved to help others. Her memory will always be with her family and friends, as well as those whom she touched. Diamond passed on Saturday, August 7th, and her funeral services were held on Saturday, August 14th.
Other tributes? Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 adjourning motions. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Carmen Tidwell. She's the wife of Ernest Tidwell, a city employee who works for CDD. They married in 1967, moved to Los Angeles in '68, where they've had 2 children. Carmen began her career in 1979 as a tax compliance specialist with IRS and was a member of the New Mount Calvary Baptist Church for nearly 20 years. She is an avid camper, also an avid bowler. She will certainly be remembered by her family and friends. Funeral services will be held in Los Angeles Mount Calvary Baptist Church on Saturday, August 21st. She's survived by her husband, Ernest. Next, we have Pete Rossick, served as mayor of Lomita, president of Lomita Little League, and a member of the Sister City Association and the Chamber. He served as a Parks Commissioner and Planning Commissioner for 18 years before he was elected City Council. He lived in Lomita for 4 decades before moving to Redondo Beach with his wife, Ellen. He immigrated from Croatia as a child in the 1960s before he lived in San Pedro and then to Lomita. He raised 5 children.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have the sons, Scott and Lawrence Lewis, with us this morning, this afternoon, I should say, adjourning in memory of their mom, Thelma Lewis. Thelma was born in Brooklyn, New York, July 27, 1925, to Max and Yetta Schlossenberger. She passed away at a nursing home in Reseda after courageously battling lymphoma for more than 3 months. She had been living on her own until she was diagnosed with her illness. She was a resident of Canoga Park For almost 50 years, Thelma was preceded in death by her beloved husband of 39 years, Howard Stanley Lewis, and by her beloved daughter, Nancy Gail Lewis. She loved bowling, going to Las Vegas, throwing dinner parties, and talking to people, friends, and strangers. She will be sadly missed by all who knew her. She was a good-hearted person. She loved people, young and old, and she loved having people around. She was survived by her sons, Mitchell, Scott, Lawrence, her sisters Gertrude, Ruth, Helen, and Irma, her brother Irving, and her grandsons Jeremy and Nicholas. May Thelma Lewis rest in peace. And I think her sons had some comments they want to make. If you please step to the microphone. Lawrence Lewis.
Thank you very much. Actually, I didn't have any comments to make prepared. I just wanted to thank you for presenting this in memory of my mom. Although she was ill for a little over 3 months, neither of us or other friends and family were prepared when she did leave us last Tuesday. So it was quite sad, and I thank you for doing this in memory of my mom. Thank you.
You're very welcome. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of my brother too, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Zed.
I'm Scott Lewis. I'd like to thank you for all you've commented about Mom. She's a true person, good-hearted, loving person who loved everybody, and it means a lot for Zion to recognize her mom's passing away. Okay, thank you very much.
Other tributes? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.